Right. We now come to the general debate on farming. I call the Minister. Faye Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am delighted to open this debate on behalf of the Government. But I am incredibly proud this afternoon to speak on behalf of the many thousands of farmers that I represent. Now, honourable and right honourable members may be confused as to why I'm opening this afternoon's debate. But it's precisely because this Government believes in the importance of our union and the industries which sustain it that I am here this afternoon. This Government understands that farming drives rural Britain. It generates jobs and growth in rural areas. My constituency of Brecon and Radnorshire is home to proud beef, sheep and poultry farmers. 365 days a year, they produce world-class food, which is good for our health, good for our economy and good for our environment. That brings me on to the key reason why I'm here today. A fortnight ago, the Prime Minister told the National Farmers Union Conference that we, the Conservative Party, will always have your back. And to farmers across England, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland, I give that commitment again. Farming has unique potential to address the world's biggest challenges: feeding a growing world, reducing emissions and restoring nature. These huge tasks have been complicated by the recent reality of volatile global prices, as well as changes in weather patterns and climate. But to address the long term, it is the immediate challenges which need to be dealt with. And this Government has been working to tackle one of the biggest drain on on-farm incomes. Inflation is down from 11% last year to 4% now. Beyond these immediate challenges, we have a plan for supporting British farming, bolstered by the Prime Minister's announcements a fortnight ago. The plan to back our farmers has three elements. Firstly, we are investing in farmers. Our commitment to farming is absolutely solid, and every penny of England's £2.4 billion annual farming budget will be spent on farmers across this Parliament. In England, we are stepping away from the bureaucratic and dysfunctional common agricultural policy. Instead, our new system focuses on long-term food security by supporting and investing in the essential foundations, from healthy soils to clean water. Our plan is starting to pay off, as nearly half of all farmers are now in one of our schemes in England. January 2024 brought about the biggest upgrade to farming schemes since Brexit gave us the opportunity to design our own agricultural support. And a fortnight ago, the Prime Minister went further still to support farmers. He announced our biggest ever package of grants, expected to total £427 million in 2024. I will.
Well, thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. I recently visited Andrew Gilman at Statfold Farm. He's got a biomass boiler, he's got some solar panels on the roofs, and he's even got a wind turbine. But what he wants from the Government is support in mechanising the milking process. He wants some robots. Is that the type of thing the Government would support?
I congratulate my honourable friend on raising that point, and congratulate Andrew for his innovation. That's exactly the type of thing this Government wants to support, and that's why we've announced the biggest ever package of funding, as I say, around £427 million. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm extremely grateful to the Minister for giving way, and I look forward to debating with her tomorrow in Westminster Hall. I do think the Government has left itself open to the accusation that it's neglected the interests of farmers when it comes to the trade deals it's signed post-Brexit. What assurances can she give the House that in future trade deals, the interests of farmers will be at the top of the pile?
Thank the honourable gentleman for that intervention. I wouldn't want to give away all my best lines ahead of tomorrow's debate, and I look forward to seeing him in Westminster Hall. But let me say to him, I do not agree with his assessments on the trade deals that this Government has been able to strike outside of the European Union. They represent real opportunities for farmers right across England and Wales, and he would do well to support them. As I say, I'll take the honourable gentleman's intervention.
Minister very much for her commitment to the whole of farming across the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, because it's really important for us in Northern Ireland, very important for my constituency of Strangford. The Honourable Lady has outlined the importance. Will the Minister give some commitment to working with the regional administrations in Northern Ireland Assembly up and running with a new Minister in place to ensure that we can work forward together within this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, because together we can do great things?
The honourable gentleman is entirely right, and I certainly am committed to working with ministers from across all the devolved administrations in the United Kingdom from my role in the Wales office, and I know that DEFRA ministers are as well, so I can give him that commitment. But on innovation, we have a grants package upgrade which will make a concrete difference to British farms. For example, bolstering the Improving Farming Productivity Fund, which will allow farmers like Andrew, raised by my honourable friend, to invest in robotic equipment and barn-top solar. Secondly, we are changing our approach and building a culture that is based on trust. Farmers have asked for a fairer, more supportive regulatory system. So in England, we have reformed our approach and have already cut penalties for minor issues by 40%. We have ended the harsh EU cross-compliance system to instead choose a fairer and more preventative approach to regulation. Because no one cares more about the land or being able to pass on a healthy farm to future generations more than farmers themselves. I will give way, yes.
Thank you. I'm grateful to the Minister. It's more than just passing on a farm. It's producing food for the nation, and we're proud that our farmers do that. Can she confirm to me that this government will always back farmers as food producers rather than wildflower growers?
I think my honourable friend hits the nail on the head. It is a combination of the two that we are looking to deliver, certainly in England. As I say, farmers deserve this trust, so we have now announced that we will be delivering on our promise to cut the planning red tape that's stopping farmers from diversifying. In April, we will lay legislation so that farmers can create bigger farm shops, commercial space and outdoor sports venues. Similarly, farmers have raised the often unfair pricing they receive for their products. So a fortnight ago, I'll just make some progress. So a fortnight ago, we laid new regulations for the dairy sector and we're launching a review of the poultry sector. We will bring forward similar regulations for the pig sector later this year, with regulations for the egg sector to follow. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear what the Minister is saying, make a very powerful point, but I'd just like to make the point about Exmoor. We have a national park who stops everything happening. We need to get the national parks under control. They will not allow farm shops. They will not allow development. When you're a sheep farmer on Exmoor, you have enough trouble as it is without being told you can't do holiday cottages, you can't set up farm shops, and you're not allowed to go for planning. Could we please make exception for the national parks so they can join the real world?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that intervention. Living in a national park as well in mid-Wales, I understand his frustrations entirely. Of course, that will be a matter for DLUC and DEFRA ministers, but I know the Minister will have heard his point. As well as the regulations... I will give way, yes.
The Minister, a strong supporter of the Secretary of State and Prime Minister's recent initiatives to make food growing far more important. What are the targets now for getting much more self-sufficient in food, and won't it need further reorientation of the money away from Elms and Wilding to proper food promotion schemes?
My right honourable friend preempts me, and I will certainly be coming on to talk about that point in just a few moments, but I do want to talk about further reforms that the government is introducing, particularly in the field of farming mental health. We will be making up to £500,000 available to charities to deliver projects that support mental health in the farming sector. This is to build on the support already on offer through our Farming Resilience Fund, which has benefited over 19,000 farmers to date. Mental health in agriculture is a key concern for the department, so much so that the Farming Minister, my right honourable friend, regrets he is unable to be with us at present as he is hosting a roundtable on mental health in agriculture. And I know shadow ministers will agree that is a commendable thing to be doing. Altogether, this work to change our approach is to build a better and more supportive system around farmers so that they can get on and do what only they do best. And before I talk about our final strand of work, I want to congratulate my honourable friend for Bosworth. Today, his campaign for online retailers to carry a specific Buy British button has achieved another success, as Ocado has become the latest retailer to adopt the tool, joining Morrison's, Aldi and Sainsbury's, and I congratulate him for his campaign. Mr Deputy Speaker, food security is a vital part of our national security. The primary role of farmers is to produce the nation's food, and they deserve our gratitude for that. a point echoed to me on many occasions by the chairman of the EFRA Select Committee, who is away on a Select Committee visit and unable to join the debate today. Recent years have brought home the truth of that, particularly in an age of climate change and instability and increasingly volatile global food production. Uncertain times require us to double down on the certainty of our food system. In the government's food strategy, we set a clear commitment to at least maintain domestic food production at the current level, which is around 60% of what we consume. The importance of food security is why we brought in the 3 times a year food security report going through the Agriculture Act 2020. Going further, the Prime Minister announced a fortnight ago that we will be significantly strengthening this work, given the context of the last 3 years, through a new annual food security index. Climate change is increasingly likely to impact the sector with more extreme weather events, so it's only right that we step up our monitoring of food security to ensure that we can act swiftly and decisively against any in-year shocks. And we expect this work to be UK-wide, and we will work to achieve this, strengthening accountability across England, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland.
Would my honourable friend be pleased?
I will.
How does the emphasis about which she's now talking square with the SFI activities, which arouse considerable concern in the farming community that it would almost be better and more paying proposition for them to give up farming altogether under the SFI scheme? Isn't my friend who intervened a while ago, right that what we have to do through the SFI is start to consider how we encourage people to produce food and not to produce it?
Well, my right honourable friend is absolutely right to emphasise and underline the importance of food production. DEFRA is actively monitoring the take-up of SFI schemes with food production in mind. So he raises a key concern that the department is, I believe, already addressing. And going further, last year the Prime Minister hosted the UK's first Farm to Fork Summit at Downing Street for the first time, putting industry leaders at the sharp end of policy making. We will be making this an annual occasion, and this year's summit will consider the publication of the first Food Security Index. And finally, millions of tonnes of perfectly good farm food are wasted each year, thrown away simply because of shape or size. It is unfortunate that this is still the case even in 2024. So we have also announced that we are bringing in a £15 million fund to redirect the huge amount of surplus food to those in need. This £15 million will be available directly to farmers or the redistribution sector working with farmers. Mr. Deputy Speaker, boosting and strengthening our food security is paramount. And this action, I'm going to make some progress if I may, and this action stands in stark contrast to those of the party opposite. Now, farmers in Wales have become used to an uneasy relationship with Welsh Labour over the last 25 years. But as members may have seen, frustration is turning to anger following the publication of the Welsh Government's Sustainable Farming Scheme. This scheme is nothing short of unworkable. Instead of freeing farmers from the burden of red tape, farmers are forced into an atrocious set of data gathering and reporting on a yearly basis. Farmers will be forced to submit data on the amount of medicines they give their animals, or the rates of lamb loss in their flock, soil samples, and even data on worm numbers and seed receipts. It will require every farmer to do 6 online training courses each and every year. And most controversially of all, it forces farmers to take 10% of their land out of production to plant trees, harming our ability to feed ourselves. Mr. Deputy Speaker, last week, a number of farmers travelled to Cardiff Bay to protest against these changes. These protesters were not extremists or conspiracy theorists, as Labour MPs last week labelled them. They were raising legitimate grievances about the viability of their businesses under the Welsh Government's plans. Now, colleagues in England will know that this government has taken decisive action to tackle bovine TB. In 2013, under the coalition government, a badger cull was introduced in England to tackle the appalling rates of bovine TB in cattle. Now, those of us who represent beef or dairy farmers know the pain of bovine TB. It is one of the most difficult and intractable animal health challenges the livestock sector faces today. Tens of thousands of cattle are culled each year after testing positive for the disease. This has a devastating personal impact on livestock owners and their family. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, here I must declare an interest. In 2013, when working for the National Farmers Union, I volunteered to work on the pilot badger cull in Somerset. We worked 12-hour shifts in a porter cabin in a secret location as anti-cull saboteurs would follow us home at night. That pilot resulted in a 37% reduction in bovine TB breakdowns. Across the way in Gloucestershire, we delivered a 66% reduction. That shows that culling works. No country... I will give way, of course.
I'm very grateful for giving way. Our farmers in my constituency in Gloucestershire have been involved in the cull probably longer than anybody else, except perhaps the Somerset levels. Could my honourable friend give them an assurance today that we will not introduce measures which restrict culling and their after effects until we have a realistic vaccine programme in place that actually is seen to work?
My right honourable friend is, of course, right. This is part of a three-pronged approach that DEFRA is planning to take, and we will continue to be led by the science. As I say, no country in the world has ever been able to grip the scourge of bovine TB without tackling the disease in the wildlife. The science is clear. The tide is turning on bovine TB in England, and a major element of this success has been the industry-led cull of badgers in affected areas. Yes, briefly, of course.
Thank you so much. My honourable friend was right. Somerset started this, and the intimidation was appalling at the time, as you're well aware, to myself and many, many others, but we weathered it. I would urge the Minister and members across this House, it worked because farmers led it. Farmers were absolutely determined to do it. Having survived the foot and mouth as I became MP, and then go into TB, farmers are responsible. They understand the countryside, they understand what they're doing, and I would urge all members of this House, where TB and other things are concerned, please give the farmers the benefit of the doubt. They look after the land, they manage it well.
I couldn't have put it better myself, Mr Deputy Speaker. Culling, as I say, is part of a three-pronged approach that DEFRA has taken to tackle bovine TB, and field trials for a new cattle vaccine and companion skin test for bovine TB started in 2021 and remain ongoing. Mr Deputy Speaker, if the Welsh Government had any ambition for farming in Wales, they would have the backbone of this government and introduce a cull in Wales. But their weakness in the face of this issue is causing alarm and panic in the Welsh livestock sector. Instead of a cull, they have a First Minister who told them it was their fault. Labour's Mark Drakeford told the Senedd that the disease spreads when farmers import infected cattle, despite farmers working desperately hard to maintain good biosecurity measures. But this is a First Minister who thinks that farmers are also entirely responsible for poor water quality. The All-Wales Nitrate Vulnerable Zone, introduced in 2021, is an unworkable piece of legislation which has done nothing to improve our rivers. Instead, it forces farmers to farm to a calendar, only spreading muck during certain dates, never mind the weather. Mr Deputy Speaker, NVZ, bovine TB, the Sustainable Farming Scheme, all examples of an ill-thought-out policy from a government determined to set its face against farming in Wales. Mr Deputy Speaker, in contrast, the record of the UK Conservative Government is clear. Our plan is to invest in farmers, change our approach and protect food security. Meeting farmers face-to-face in North Wales a fortnight ago, the Prime Minister again made clear that we have got your back. This government will always support and be proud of British farming, and I commend this debate to the House.
Opposition from bench space.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to start by congratulating Tom Bradshaw on his election as President of the National Farmers Union. He will do a fantastic job, I'm sure, and I wish him all the best as he starts in his new role standing up for our British farmers. He has big Wellington boots to fill, of course, after the outstanding job that Minette Batters did over the past decade, and I'm sure the whole House wishes her the very best in her future endeavours. Now, recent years have been very challenging for farmers. The COVID pandemic, the government's botched EU withdrawal deal, Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine, and war now in the Middle East. Each of these shocks has underscored how vulnerable our food supply chain really is, and how dependent we are on our great British farmers. Food security is national security. British consumers have in recent years seen empty shelves in local supermarkets, while food prices rocketed by 19% at their peak last year. We need to get resilience back into the system, and at the heart of that must be a commitment to back our British farmers. I had the pleasure of attending the NFU conference in Birmingham last month and the Oxford Farming Conference in January. Speaker after speaker made clear that British farming is in crisis and farmers feel abandoned by this government. Over 6,000 British producers have gone bust since 2017, and the agricultural workforce is 1/3 smaller in the same time period. Labour shortages mean valuable crops have been left in the ground to rot. The RABI, the Farmers' Mental Health Charity, reports alarmingly that suicide rates among farmers are now the highest of any sector in the UK economy, thanks to the huge pressures farmers are now under. This is heartbreaking, and it should concern every single one of us. And since the Minister is unable to be here today, I'm glad that he is focusing with stakeholders on an issue of that importance and that magnitude. Now, flooding was among the top issues raised at the NFU conference. Farmers have faced one of the wettest 6-month periods on record, with many winter crops still not planted and others washed away or underwater. Farmers need better flood defences. It's astonishing that so much of the allocated funding has still not been spent over the past 2 years. I visited Retford in Nottinghamshire, and I was astonished to learn that of the £11.7 million allocated for flood defences over the past 2 years, less than 0.5% had actually been spent. There is a severe failure of coordination between central government and the agencies responsible for getting spades in the ground to dig out the drainage systems, build the flood barriers and plant trees upstream that can help the land hold more water. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Much indeed. The Shadow Minister is making some interesting points, but I would say that I've had probably more flooding than anybody in this House with the levels. One of the biggest challenges we face is the intransigence of the Environment Agency and Natural England. They are quite impossible. The Honourable Member is making his powerful points, but one of the reasons we're finding it difficult to build up the defences, difficult to clear out the reams, ditches, difficult to maintain the Clyst, the dams, is because they will not give way on making every single thing impossible. I have been waiting for a barrage in Bridgewater since 2014. We really must break this logjam, and if I would say gently to the Shadow Minister, please, if you can help do it, we're all on your side.
Well, I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for his intervention, and he makes a very important point about the experience of flooding in his part of the country, which is sadly reflected in other parts of the country as well. And I do think government, whoever might be leading it, needs to get a grip of these agencies and work more closely with them, which is why Labour has proposed, if we are elected into government, to introduce a flood resilience task force to bring together national and local government and the frontline agencies that he referred to make sure that funding, once allocated, is actually spent to protect our farmland and rural communities from the very devastating impact of flooding. Now,
just referring to the agencies he's referring to, would it not be a better idea to scrap them altogether and to hand responsibility back to government ministers where they originally were? Because the agencies who are now employed to do this are often doing things completely against government policy and in particular against farmers.
Well, I think the answer, and it's a quicker answer than playing around with the architecture of agencies and national government, is for the national government to get a grip. These agencies are responsible to national government, and I'd like to see much stronger command from national government to make sure those agencies do what those agencies were set up to do and what they are funded to do, but which they are clearly not doing to anything like the extent or the quality that members of this House on all sides expect them to do. Now, a second point I want to raise Vladimir Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine, which has sent energy prices rocketing. This exposed the government's failure to transition to cheaper, homegrown energy, and as a result, soaring energy bills have clobbered British farmers and British producers. Labour's approach would be very different. We will switch on GB Energy to cut bills for farmers, households and businesses. This publicly owned company will direct public and private investment to harness the power of wind, wave, solar and nuclear energy to cut bills, create jobs and secure energy supply chains inside our own country, freeing us from dependence on foreign dictators like Putin. We can also help farmers who want to generate clean energy on their own land. Under this government, it can take up to 10 years to get planning permission to connect this desperately needed energy into the national grid. Labour will reform our planning laws and cut this wait from years to just months. The government's bungled transition from EU farming payments has been another source of financial misery for farmers. Far too many have seen incomes plummet as BPS is phased out. Tenant farmers in particular feel the new scheme doesn't work for them. The principles behind ELMS make sense, but the implementation has been chaotic and it's been bureaucratic. Instead of tackling the weaknesses in ELMS, the government have instead shuffled their feet and tried to claim the credit for reallocating a £220 million underspend. Well, that money should have been given to farmers in the first place and not returned to the Treasury. But at core, the government's failure is to have never developed a clear strategy for land use, including food production. Our land management scheme should support moves towards regenerative farming and nature recovery alongside food production. But instead of doing this, the Conservatives are increasingly positioning themselves against nature. Their attempt to trash environmental standards, to legalise the further pollution of already polluted rivers and waterways was shocking. We have a limited amount of land for the size of our population in this country. We need a land use framework to make sure the many competing demands on our land can work in balance. This government has failed to produce one. In government, Labour will introduce one. The Conservative government stubbornly refuses to publish interim data showing what impact ELMS is having. The Guardian newspaper has used a Freedom of Information request to expose how the government buried an analysis of the dire financial prospects for upland farmers after they realised it was in almost entirely bad news. Now, we need to know what's going wrong with ELMS so we can make it work more effectively. If this government won't publish that information, then an incoming Labour government will if we win the next general election. We have to make sure policy works for food production, as honourable members have already said in this debate, as well as for nature. And that means being open and transparent about what's really going on. Farmers are furious about the Conservative government's post-Brexit trade deals. The outgoing NFU president, I see the minister shakes her head, but the outgoing NFU president, not a member or supporter of this party, called the government's approach, and I quote, morally bankrupt. Morally bankrupt. The Right Honourable Member for North East Somerset, until recently a senior member of the Cabinet, has called for the import of hormone-injected beef and chlorine-washed chicken. That's not just alarming for British consumers, it would be catastrophic for British farmers. We can't demand high welfare and environmental standards from our British producers if the government then undercuts them with lower quality imports. Yet that is the approach this Conservative government has taken. The government's own assessments say the Australia-New Zealand trade deal will result in the loss of £48 million from British agriculture and fisheries. No wonder the former Environment Secretary, the Right Honourable Member for Camborne and Redruth, attacked it as, in his words, not a good deal for the UK because, as he rightly said, it gave away far too much for far too little in return. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful to give away, and I am indeed very critical, obviously, of what was done with the Australia trade deal. But will he at least, since he's raising this issue, give credit to the current government and the current Prime Minister for the steadfast approach they've taken, for instance, on deals with Canada and the CPTPP?
It does seem a bit late, doesn't it, to have done a deal of the nature that the right honourable gentleman attacked. It seems to depend which of the 5 families happens to be in charge of the Conservative Party at any one time as to what they're going to do on agriculture policy, trade policy or any other policy. It's a rudderless government, but it always seems to be British farmers and producers who are on the losing end of whatever deals that they come up with. And in fact, the government's broken promises on trade go back much further than the deal the right honourable gentleman criticised. They promised farmers that they would keep full access to the European markets for their high-quality British produce after Brexit. But then the government threw up trade barriers that blocked them from exporting. Labour's way forward is to seek a renegotiated veterinary agreement with the EU. We must cut through Tory red tape at our borders to get British food exports moving again. Our country spends over £1 billion a year buying food for hospitals and prisons. Labour will make sure at least half of that food is locally produced or certified to higher environmental standards. That would put money straight into the pockets of British farmers and British producers at a time when so many of them are struggling just to stay in business. We will devolve more decision-making to the nations and regions of the United Kingdom. That will give them more control over the skills and training to increase and upskill the farming workforce, and more control over infrastructure investment so we can extend broadband in rural areas and extend the use of new technology in farming to boost productivity. Labour is offering a new deal for farmers. Lower bills from harnessing the power of clean energy generated in our own country. More money in farmers' pockets by prioritising locally grown and sustainable food for public procurement and making sure ELMS works effectively. Seeking a veterinary agreement with the EU to tear down the Tory barriers to trade. A flood resilience task force to protect farmland from devastating floods, and planning reform to help farmers diversify and plug their clean energy into the national grid. Mr Deputy Speaker, farmers do an extraordinary job as producers of our food and stewards of our land, yet they've been betrayed by this Conservative government. British farmers deserve better. They deserve our thanks, our respect and our support. We are proud of our farmers, proud of the work they do to feed our nation and steward our beautiful countryside, but they need a government that's on their side to help them in this vital work. After 14 years of Conservative failure, only Labour can give farmers their future back.
Order. Just in case anybody's in any doubt, the question is, as I should have said earlier, on the order paper. Sobel Wiggin.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable member from Croydon North, although I suspect he has more customers in his constituency or consumers than he has farmers. I have 1,715 of probably the best farmers in the world in North Herefordshire, and it is a pleasure. Oh no, there's no doubt about it. You see, the joy of my constituency is that in Herefordshire we grow every crop that the UK produces. No other county can make that claim. Whether it's raspberries, which come from Scotland usually, or hops from Kent, we do it all. And as a result, I've had to spend an awful lot of time with a variety of highly expert and very skillful farmers having their particular element of the industry explained. And I did agree with all the speakers so far when they say how important farmers are. But their troubles don't seem to be. And the worst case, of course, is bovine tuberculosis, and it's been 10 years since the badger cull began to tackle the transmission of TB, and it has been an enormous success. It plagued the agricultural sector, and in 2020 as many as 30,000 cattle were dying each year because of this terrible disease. I lost my bull to it, so I know how devastating this can be for farmers across the country. Thanks to the culling of sick badgers, which carry the disease to cattle, 24% fewer cattle were killed in 22-23 relative to the preceding year. In fact, the number of deaths was the lowest it has been since 2008. And of course, the beneficiary of this is not just the farmers and their cows, but it is the healthy badger population who are therefore less likely to be exposed to this fatal disease. And with this rate of success, I fear the government's move away from culling badgers to a vaccination programme is premature and potentially disastrous. And a reactive cull just won't work, because once DEFRA have decided that there's TB in the badger population, all your cows are dead. So it doesn't work, it's not good enough, it won't cut the mustard, and the department needs to rethink very carefully about what will happen, because we have seen a 54% reduction in this disease. And we've learnt from COVID that you don't take away the precautions that are working before you're ready to bring in the new DIVA test, the test to detect infected amongst vaccinated animals. That test allows the BCG test, vaccine to be applied to cattle, and for the cattle that are vaccinated to be separated from the cattle that are infected. But until that test is ready, and a written answer to when that might be was 2027. Until that is brought in, we cannot take our foot off the culling programme. We cannot allow our defences to drop, and we cannot let a 54% increase in TB, which is what will happen if we continue to do the wrong thing, which I think the government is doing. So we need to protect the healthy badger population, the healthy cattle population, but most of all, it is a disease that reaches human beings too. And because of resistance to penicillin and antimicrobial resistance, there aren't that many drugs that tackle tuberculosis. And if we allow this disease back, the risk to human health is a very serious one, particularly as there is now an increasing desire to buy green top milk, which is unpasteurised. Considering that TB is a serious disease, consumption as it used to be called, that is extremely dangerous. It costs around £14,000 when a bovine TB breakdown takes place. It costs the taxpayer up to £1 billion over the next 10 years. And of course, I've already mentioned the risk to human health. So I would very much urge the government to think again about its reticence on allowing the cull to continue until the DIVA test is proven and active and working and successful, which I'm sure it will be. This was stressed when the Honourable Member for Sherwood visited my constituency, because it just breaks people's hearts when their cows are taken away. But it's wrong that their health is threatened, and worst of all, the healthy badger population will be diminished as the disease spreads. Now, the rural economy is brimming with £43 billion worth of economic potential, and we need to cut back on the regulations and procedures that burden the sector. Farmers can spend over 15 hours a week on administrative work, and a recent survey found that 86% of respondents believed that the levels of farming administration has actually increased. And I agree with that. I've filled out my SFI form and my countryside stewardship forms, and they are extremely complicated. But worse than that, they don't allow you to change them very often. So you can only put in a form once a year. Now, that's fine if you're not going to change anything, but this is a dynamic industry, and as a result, we need to be much more flexible. A DEFRA tracker found that when accounting for regulatory and payment changes, over 50% of farmers have a negative view of their farming future. And the transition from the basic payment scheme to the sustainable farming incentive is riddled with problems. Even though the new scheme is supposed to add flexibility to the system, farmers need to wait that year to amend their applications. And I think fundamentally the problem is that we have moved from a scheme where you were given money for the land you owned, which you considered your income. Now you have to fill out the SFI form and agree to do things that are not in your interest. Every single rule has a disadvantage to it, which is why we have to pay farmers to do it. But the problem is that when you balance your income, as was under the basic payment scheme, with your income as it's going to be under SFI, it will be lower. And as a result, farmers are extremely unhappy and put upon by that. And that is one of the reasons why the underspend by DEFRA is more complicated than the Honourable Gentleman, although he was right to touch upon it. It's much worse because 200 million every year not reaching the people that we are subsidising to provide us with food security is a proper problem for our country. This money isn't there to make sure that we don't compete with the French. It's meant to make sure that we can. So we really do need to make sure that we're not funding public money for public goods alone. We're also making sure that the people who are doing the work, that their incomes are maintained. So it's not just about the good of the industry, the good of nature, but it's also about making sure that the people who are doing the work are getting paid for it. And that is seriously wrong. I get a text message now from AFA, the Animal and Plant Health Agency, telling me about blue tongue. That seems to be going on all the time. But I'm not getting messages saying when the vaccine for it is going to appear. We need to be much more supportive of our farmers in every sector that they're dealing with, because there are so many issues that they confront, not least the consumer market. And a recent report found that the retail share that farmers receive is down to 0.03%. Now, some farmers have decided not to grow carrots anymore because the margins are so small. And according to research from the University of London, Portsmouth University and Sustain, a kilo of carrots priced at 45p costs growers 14 pence to grow, yet they only make a negligible profit. Beef farmers see a profit of only 0.03% on the price of a £3.50 pack of beef burgers, even though each pack costs them 90 pence to make. And dairy farmers will only make a 0.02% profit for each £2.50 pack of mild cheddar, despite them costing it £1.48 to make. These margins are far too small, and competing with foreign counterparts is a secondary challenge, particularly for poultry farmers who have to compete with imported chicken. Now, some may be treated with antibiotics, but the real problem for poultry farmers is the square footage that they are limited to produce on. Now, the one thing most people don't know about chickens is how long they live for. So a chicken will be probably 36 days old when it goes to be processed. 31 to 36 days. So the square footage that chicken's living in is a fairly dynamic thing. It's changing as the chicken gets bigger, which it does extremely quickly. And because the Americans allow the use of chlorine washing, those American chickens can be squished into a smaller square footage than British ones. That's not much good for the chicken. It's much better for the farmer, and the chlorine washing hides the risk to the consumer of salmonella and E. coli and various other chicken-transmitted diseases. So lower animal welfare, it's bad for the farmers in the UK, and we haven't squared the circle. I'm sorry if I haven't explained it well enough, but a poultry lesson is always available for anybody who wants to go through it. But at the end of the day, we insist on much higher animal welfare standards, and as a result, our farmers are suffering, and they're being outcompeted by countries who are less scrupulous than we are. And therefore, the most important thing the government can do is make sure there is honesty in food labelling, so that we, the customers, whether they live in Croydon North or in Leicester, can go out and buy chicken that's been properly brought up, properly raised, properly looked after, and kept clean. So food labelling, please, please, this is really, really important. And particularly when you have things like pasture-fed. Pasture-fed should mean the animal has been fed pasture its entire life, not for the last 6 months. And the benefit of that is that you, as the customer, when you eat it, will have far better ratios of omega-3 fatty acids to omega-6 fatty acids. And your omega-3 fatty acids are what your body uses to make cancer-fighting gamma-linoleic acid. So you need to know what you're buying. It's good for your health. So we all talk about a food strategy for the UK, but what we should really be doing is talking about a health strategy, so that we feed our people not just the best food in the world produced to the highest standards, but the best food for them, so that we don't have an obesity problem, we don't spend so much money on our health service, and we give our people what they really want, which is a happy, healthy and long life. That is my most powerful plea. But things are not so bad. If you look at what's been going on in France, we saw their dissatisfaction with the increasing amount of red tape and greater competition from imports by them descending on Paris to disrupt a food distribution hub which feeds 12 million people. The Belgian farmers blockaded the EU building in Brussels in February. Water cannons were used, and in 2022, a Dutch farmer was shot at in Holland. And fortunately, the bullet just missed him during the protests there. The French government's response to these protests was to lower environmental regulations. That's got to be wrong in every direction. The farmers shouldn't be rioting, and the government shouldn't be lowering environmental standards. And we have not done that in this country. We have not got revolting farmers. In fact, mine are anything but. And as a result, we should be looking at our withdrawal from the common agricultural policy as one of the great successes of Brexit. And the government must do more to help farmers by producing local produce. And the Buy British button, the campaign which encourages supermarkets to sell British products, should be encouraged. But the one tragedy of public procurement is that I don't think our armed forces get enough British beef and lamb. And, of course, supporting British food in schools and hospitals would boost local farmers. But it's very difficult to still get local food from a local abattoir because, thanks to the veterinary regulations, there aren't very many local abattoirs. There's some very big ones in Wales, but there are essentially only 3 major companies that are slaughtering in any sort of capacity. And as a result, we need to make sure that we look at the regulations that hold local abattoirs back. And most of that is from veterinary inspection. Now, the problem with veterinary inspectors is that they need to be there when the animal is opened up, because it smells different if it's not right inside. So the idea that we could have video vets watching what's going on doesn't work as well as I wish it did. So we need to go back a step to local abattoirs, making them competitive and having a more... yes, of course, I'll give way. Of course.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. On the point that he makes on abattoirs, Hugh Phillips Butchers in my constituency has just closed its abattoir, and it's such an absolute disaster because the Saltmarsh lamb in Gower was being slaughtered there. But the lack of support for abattoirs now, it has to, and the ability of butchers to be able to train their staff, because it's a very skilled job, and also to be able to keep their licence, even if they have to close for short periods of time, is a huge cost to the butchers. And we're going to see more and more abattoirs close as a result of this. Does he agree with me? This is a disaster.
Definitely agree it's a disaster. I definitely agree that it is the cost that the abattoir owner was having to find per capita of animals killed that would have put him out of business. It happened in my constituency as well. And one of the biggest problems is that the burden is too high. Now, of course, when we're buying Gower lamb or Hereford beef or any of the wonderful things that are killed and processed locally, by not having the abattoir, those animals have to travel considerably further, so there's an animal welfare problem. There's a human health risk if we don't have proper inspections, but some of the qualifications required by the UK are much higher. So very often when you visit an abattoir, you'll see that the veterinary inspectors are from Spain, and that is because the qualifications are different and they're paid less. Now, there's no reason why we shouldn't insist on UK food inspectors being qualified differently from fully qualified, 6 years it takes to be a proper vet. But that's what we use here, and that seems to me to be a cornerstone of the problem with abattoir closures: over-regulation and over-qualified meat inspectors. Yes, I'd be delighted.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. He's making an extremely knowledgeable speech about agriculture, as I would expect. But would he agree that one of my constituents was prepared to invest a considerable amount of money in portable abattoirs, was actually, so far as I know, that the initiative has been stalled because of excessive regulation?
Well, I'm delighted to say not only am I aware of the portable or mobile abattoir, but a model of it appeared in my house for me to have a look at the other day by one of the people supporting this. And that's why a more sensible, more practical and more affordable veterinary inspection regime is what's needed. And then we could have the mobile abattoirs back. Yes, I'll give way again.
If I could just gently say to my honourable friend, it wasn't only the veterinary inspections, it was the planning, it was the hygiene, it was the safety. Every sort of regulation under the sun has made it stall so far.
Indeed, but the mobile abattoir didn't require planning because it was mobile. The cleanliness and hygiene is essential for confidence in human consumption. But the veterinary bit, that's the bit where there's at least some margin for improvement. Because when I looked into slaughtering through that particular abattoir, the cost was very, very high because of the veterinary inspection rather than the other things, which of course have to be dealt with. So I completely support the project that he's referred to, and I hope to see far more little abattoirs popping up, albeit mobile or like the one that closed in Gower on a fixed basis. But the thing did someone want to give way? I'd be delighted. The man with the answer on abattoirs.
If only. I should remind the House, first of all, that my wife is actually a practising member of the Royal College of Veterinary Surgeons, and indeed my younger son is 3 rent checks away from following in her footsteps. The Honourable Gentleman does make a good point, and it is a significant point, about the nature of the regulation around abattoirs. But there are other forces at play here, in particular market forces. The reason why we've seen the consolidation of abattoirs is that as a consequence of that, it produces a lower unit cost for throughput. That comes back to his earlier point about the demands of the supermarkets and indeed their determination to drive down farm gate prices. So would he agree with me that actually this is another thing that the Groceries Code adjudicator could actually perform a significant role in if it had the sufficient powers, and if he's interested in that, he may wish to join me in the adjournment debate tomorrow evening.
I can think of nothing nicer than joining the Honourable Gentleman in all sorts of debates. He was a first-class Deputy Chief Whip in the coalition government, and of course he's absolutely right in what he says about abattoirs too. However, I think that I congratulate his son from being 3 checks away from qualification. It is no small achievement to be a vet, and so he deserves our congratulations. But moving on, the one thing the government has done right, and I'm really delighted with, is the Statutory Food Security Index, moving it to an annual event, because all of this, whether you agree with me that we should have a health index or a food security index, they will come together and we will see that our 60% figure is too low. This is 60% of the food that we eat is produced here. That's 60% of the food that we could produce. So there is a 40% potential for farmers to fill that void. And if you look at the world price of wheat, they're not going to be doing it at this rate. It is very, very difficult for some of our farmers to make any money. In 2022, the value of imports of feed, food and drink was 58.1 billion, over double the value of exports of feed, food and drink for the same year. And it's an enormous sum which could be directed towards British farmers if we supported them to feed our country. The other thing I'd like to see is tax breaks as well as grants. I think grants are very limited, and tax breaks are a much more efficient way of getting farmers to cut their costs and compete with farmers abroad. The government recently announced a £427 million grant for farming, and that's welcome, but it's fundamentally misunderstanding the sector. We like to use second-hand machinery in farming, but the grant system doesn't permit this. A better solution would be to offer tax breaks to farmers to allow them to keep their hard-earned capital to invest as they wish. The capital would also go towards new technologies to generate efficiencies, increase yields, and combat the negative impacts of extreme weather. One of my constituents wanted to buy a hop drying machine from Germany, so she applied for the grant. It was such an expensive machine, it was more than £500,000, that it blew through the system. There was no way they could approve it. So in the end, she bought it herself, and the hop sector is tiny. But that's why these grants just can't tick the boxes. They do have to be much more comprehensive, because when we talk about farming in here, we just talk about it generally. When you're on the ground, each sector is completely different. And a hop growing machine is completely different from a black currant picking machine. And that's all very well, but your cattle crush nowadays is very different from the one that I could afford to buy and is much more impressive. And all this technology, the desire to bring in robot fruit pickers, yeah, that'd be great. We've already got robot milkers, but actually the robot milkers that we need are the ones that would work on a rotary parlour instead of on an individual basis. So give us the tax breaks and we will do the work. Don't tell us how to spend our money, because the grant system is not efficient. 70% of the land in England is managed by growers and farmers, and we are often overlooked in the work that we could and do on combating flooding. One of the lowest pieces of low-hanging fruit is to allow local authorities to let their farmers clear the flood blockages. Most farmers have got a digger, most farmers have got a bulldozer of some sort, they've got the kit, and it's there where the flood is. But oh no, they're not allowed to do anything because they're not insured. That's just mad. Let's make sure that local authorities can authorise a farmer to get in his tractor, put the snowplough on and clear the road. It's not that hard, but it does seem to be for my local authority. Mind you, to be fair, Mr Deputy Speaker, almost everything is very hard for Herefordshire County Council. The Environment Agency could also do a great deal more. Just one little thing that would really help. The River Wye has got phosphates in. The phosphates are coming from chicken muck. There is a man in my constituency who has spent a lot of money on building a phosphate stripping plant. So the chicken muck comes in, goes through the anaerobic digester, the digestate is stripped of its phosphate, and then the muck can go back on the fields. At £300 a tonne, nitrogen fertiliser is very, very expensive. At £18 a tonne delivered to your farm, chicken muck is a much better alternative. So if we want to stop the pollution, we need the Environment Agency to permit things like phosphate stripping so that people can get on with putting proper fertiliser on muck instead of buying in fossil fuel-based fertiliser from countries like Russia. So there's all sorts of little things the Environment Agency can do instead of putting my constituents in prison. Diversification would benefit from a less rigid planning system, which of course the government is thinking about at the moment. It's counterintuitive when this development will be helpful, and so I really welcome the Prime Minister's recent comments to allow greater diversification in farming, and I look forward to seeing the legislation in April. And last, I think one or two people have already talked about the need for connectivity. 46% of rural deprived areas are not spots for 5G, including most of my constituency. The NFU found that 79% of their respondents did not have a reliable mobile signal on their farms. How can we possibly fill in our forms and drive our tractors on GPS when we can't get a mobile phone signal? We also need better digital mapping. At the moment, the maps that the RPA are using are not accurate for hedgerows, and the work needed for hedgerows is even harder because by the time you've filled out your digital map, put in your SFI forms, oh dear, you're not allowed to do anything to your hedges because of the wild birds. So then you have to wait, and then the patch comes up again that when you can do stuff to your hedges, but you can't do the same thing for hedge laying as you can for hedge cutting. So it's hard, complicated, and then some bright spark thought we'd plant trees in the hedges, and that's absolutely fine until somebody crashes into one, and then you have a fatality. So hedges are very helpful for many reasons, but not many of them are quite right in the SFI at the moment. Lastly, transport infrastructure for rural communities and livestock worrying. 63% decrease in the percentage of under 25s managing farms, and that has got to change. We are all getting older, and that knowledge, and you saw it on Clarkson's farm when Caleb carved a cow. It isn't easy. If you don't know what you're doing, you can't do it. And you will then have to call the vet, and that will spoil all your economics. We've seen it again and again on our television. People need to know what they're doing with agriculture. It is exceptionally dangerous. If you get your fingers in the PTO, you will lose your whole arm. If you try and do things that don't work and turn your tractor over, you will die. And even if you do it all right, and you're on your own for weeks on end with very little contact, you may well choose to take your life. I have lost 6 farmers in my constituency in the last 12 months. So things are not all right. There is no room for complacency, and some of the good things that the government is doing are so welcome. Not least, while I'm on a cheerful note, my right honourable friend has got a dog protection of livestock bill coming through. We really need to see this. There is nothing more miserable than lambing a Schmellenberg lamb than coming back and seeing the remains of your flock torn to bits by one of these pit bulls. It's absolutely appalling, and that's why I really support that private member's bill. The damage done to livestock in my constituency in the Midlands alone was £313,000. So this is a really serious problem, and I'm delighted she's doing that. I'm delighted the government is maintaining its £2.4 billion annual budget, but it should be increasing it. That is the money that keeps us standing still. It is not going to be sufficient to compete with our European competitors or indeed other countries. We need more money, we need it delivered through tax breaks, and we need to make sure that British farmers are supported at every level by honesty in food labelling. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Order. Could I gently suggest that there are a significant number of members wishing to participate? If every member speaks for half an hour, then not everybody is going to get in. Stephen Bonnar.
Much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Today's debate, of course, had to be rescheduled, but we still welcome what is still a timely debate on farming. The SNP will always welcome any opportunity to speak on this issue, and especially to give Scottish farmers a voice in this place. I'd like to talk today about the vital role farmers and farming play in the rich fabric of Scottish tradition, to outline the key impact that Scottish farmers have on our nation's economy, the health of our people and the protection and management of our environment, and to detail just some of the mounting pressures they face due to largely this Conservative government's long-held obsession with Brexit. This debate is timely for several reasons, Mr Deputy Speaker. The first is that a fortnight ago the Prime Minister spoke at the NFU's annual conference. Now, brave is a word that absolutely nobody would attribute to the current Prime Minister, but he is the first Tory Prime Minister to address the conference since 1992 and the first UK Prime Minister since 2008. And if any in this chamber, or indeed any of our constituents, were looking for a more telling insight on Westminster's attitude to farming and agriculture, then they need to look no further than that. And I can't help but wonder what it was that kept the Tory leadership away from such a meeting for so long. Why is it that despite having 4 Prime Ministers in that time, the current Prime Minister is the first in 28 years to make such a commitment? Although, of course, in the interests of fairness, it's only right that we acknowledge the fact that the Prime Minister's immediate predecessor wasn't in our office long enough to have received an invitation. So, what might have been the cause of that historical hiatus? Perhaps it was a long-held tradition of successive Tory governments taking the rural vote and communities for granted. Perhaps it was a fear of scrutiny from the sector itself, or perhaps it was a crippling knowledge that the Tory obsession with Brexit is playing the defining role in the decline of our once great agricultural industries, or indeed probably a combination of all three. Mr Deputy Speaker, we on these benches believe that the Prime Minister's address to the NFU should have begun with an outright apology. The Westminster Government have hammered farmers with its Brexit obsession, leaving them to fend for themselves, facing the devastating impact of higher costs, mountains of red tape, labour shortages and eye-watering delays over border controls. I will indeed.
I'm grateful to the Honourable
Member for giving away, and alongside the Right Honourable Member here for Orkney and Shetland, I'm grateful to be here as a Scottish MP who can also give voice to Scottish farmers. He's making good points in relation to Brexit, and I agree with him on that. But I wonder if he might agree with me in relation to the importance of skills for farming, and having skills and training where the communities are is really important. The SRUC received a Queen's Anniversary Award for Innovation a couple of weeks ago, and I was in London to see that. But Elmwood campus for our SRUC in Cooper is facing devastating cuts, largely as a result of the Scottish Government's cuts to HE and FE. It is going to have its golf course sold off, and there are doubts over the future of its animal care unit. Does he agree with me that the SRUC is an integral part of Cooper, and that the Scottish Government should be helping the SRUC to provide funding to keep it there as a going concern?
Honourable Member for introduction. And I do agree with her, and I'll make representations as such. And of course I look forward to all contributions in the Chamber from all members across Scotland today as well. The debate is actually timely as well, as we of course finally saw the UK Government responding to decade-long calls for fairer contracts for dairy farmers. Since as long ago as 2011, NFU Scotland, on behalf of its members, had been desperately pushing for reform in this area. So we welcome the bringing forward of legislation to regulate dairy contracts. But we join NFU Scotland and other unions in highlighting the devastating delay showed by the Westminster Government in listening to our dairy farmers in that sector. Mr Deputy Speaker, farming is vital to the Scottish economy. The sector in Scotland delivers a production output of £3.3 billion annually. It employs 67,000 workers directly on farm and supports a further 300,000 jobs within agricultural activities, and of course has long been the backbone of rural communities in Scotland and our surrounding landscapes. We are a nation with a proud agricultural history, with crofters, growers and farmers shaping global methods of food production which are still practised today. Scottish salmon, Aberdeen Angus, oat-based products and of course Scotch whisky all represent modern success stories for our resilient food and drink sector. Exports of these Scottish products and others reached a total export value of £8 billion in 2022. But while these products have success in common, they are also united by a far darker shared trait. Their newfound precarious position, a result of Brexit red tape, staffing shortages and poorly negotiated trade deal, which has left them vulnerable to cheap importations. Our farmers, growers and crofters are resilient. They have been this way for centuries. They've had to be, forging a livelihood in often remote and weather-beaten locations and feeding the people of Scotland and those far beyond our shores. But while they're resilient, Madam Deputy Speaker, they're struggling. Scottish farmers deserve far better than the blatant disregard and damage they continue to receive from Westminster. And while Labour in Wales and the Tories here in England failed to deliver for farmers, with EU replacement support schemes falling far short of what was promised, the SNP Scottish Government has provided the most generous package of support for farmers and crofters across the UK. We are lucky that, as a devolved matter, we can make these interventions back in Scotland. We can try our best to support this vital part of our economy, our history and indeed our culture. But with both the main parties here in Westminster in lockstep for their support of Brexit and the damage it is doing, the Scottish Government support for farmers in Scotland can only do so much. It can only stretch so far, and we aspire to much more than mitigating against the worst of this place. The general nature of today's debate makes it hard for us to shortlist all of the damage this place is doing to farming communities. There are many areas of farming which deserve to be debated on the floor of this House. But I would like to touch on just some of those issues, and perhaps members will detect an underlying theme which connects each of them. And we'll start with animal welfare. It has been raised already in the debate, and it is a matter which members on all benches will know is of huge importance to myself and us in the SNP. This Tory government likes to talk about standards and the world-leading role that they see us playing on the global stage. And it is true, Madam Deputy Speaker, Scottish farmers have some of the highest animal welfare standards in the world, thanks largely, of course, to the welfare of farmed animal regulation introduced by the Scottish Government in 2010. But the actions of the Conservative government here in Westminster since Brexit have made an absolute mockery of their own claims to be concerned about animal welfare. For example, the free trade agreement struck with Australia in 2021 does not honour the Westminster Government's supposed commitment to not undercut our own farmers through unfair competition. We were sold that deal on the laughable pitch that it would save consumers up to £34 million a year, 52 pence per person, a measly 52 pence per person. And at what cost, Madam Deputy Speaker? A cost to our own farmers, whose high animal welfare standards go unrewarded and in fact are used as a penalty by being undercut by imports of a far lower standard. And at a cost, of course, to the planet, as we fly goods across the world rather than support local food economies. Surely, Madam Deputy Speaker, the time has come for the UK Government to listen to calls from farmers all across Scotland, as well as organisations like the Land Workers Alliance, whose Scottish policy team, led by Dr Tara White, have provided invaluable insights to the Scottish Government in shaping our enforced post-Brexit agricultural direction through recent consultation. And organisations like Compassion in World Farming are calling for a smarter, more ethical approach to rewarding farmers through core minimum standards for animal welfare as a condition of any tariff or quota-free trade deal, or through efficient labelling so consumers can be better informed on the origin and the welfare standards of the product that they are going to consume, or indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, through a localised approach to supply, bolstering local food economies. Nobody needs reminded of the impacts of the pandemic in revealing weaknesses in our over-reliance on long supply chains and those which rely on the international trade, or of the importance of local food supply systems in meeting our domestic needs. This need for shorter supply chains is, of course, only compounded by the climate crisis, and important food from other countries, especially those as far away as Australia, will only serve to increase greenhouse gas emissions, and of course that contradicts any UK Government claim that they are tackling climate challenge head-on. Another issue of concern to all of us in the SNP is the cost of our food and the unavoidable reality that while costs for consumers rise, the share of that cost which finds its way to our farmers remains completely stagnant. The Centre of Economic Performance has stated that leaving the European Union added an average of £210 per household to food bills over the 2 years to the end of 2021. That's the legacy of this place. And this was, of course, before the Tory party elected their previous leader, whose reckless relationship with economic reality heaped further costs on each and every one of our constituents. And for any members who need to be reminded of the impact of the Tory-engineered crisis, ONS data shows that the overall price of food rose around 25% between January 22 and January 24. In the 10 years prior to this, food prices only rose by 9% in total. But we know that farmers haven't benefited from these price increases. In fact, the opposite is true. Farmers are paying higher costs for essentials such as feed and fertiliser. And research by Professor Lisa Jack, carried out for Sustain, found that of the entire price you might pay for one grocery item, around 98 or 99% of that goes to production and overheads for intermediary companies such as processors and distributors, and then, of course, the retailers, meaning our farmers, our crofters and growers are left with crumbs, sometimes as little as 1 penny of profit for each item that they produce. So we'll take this opportunity, Madam Deputy Speaker, to ask the Minister once again to consider price caps to stop the supermarkets profiteering and to help ensure that basic essentials are not beyond the reach of many people. Better still, the UK Government could follow calls from organisations like Sustain and force supermarkets to publish more information about their own supply chains. We in the SNP are absolutely clear that farmers must be paid what they are owed because they provide a secure, fair and sustainable future for family farms across all of these nations. We urgently need to review existing frameworks which are supposed to enshrine this fairness, which are not acting as well as they should. And this includes looking at the efficacy of the Grocery Supply Code of Practice. Madam Deputy Speaker, another issue raised by the SNP in this place consistently is the crippling effect of Brexit on the ability of our farmers to staff their farms. The UK currently relies on some 58,000 seasonal workers to harvest the crops grown by our current domestic system, and that's before we count on those working in the wider food production and farming system. Despite constant warnings from farmers and unions in Scotland during the referendum and indeed after, Brexit has had a devastating impact on the ability of farmers to find staff at peak times of their harvest cycle. Despite the introduction of temporary short-term visas for workers from overseas to fill these roles, there remains significant issues around immigration, and especially when it comes to seasonal workers, those forced to work in food manufacturing and, of course, as we've heard previously, those working in abattoirs. The introduction of those short-term visas, whilst not only failing to address working shortages in agriculture and food production in Scotland, also pose another serious challenge. The complexities of the system and associated costs of the move to the UK mean that many of these workers are now often at the sharpest end of exploitation, a great deal of which occurs in the application process itself, with third parties taking advantage of applicants trying and struggling to navigate the UK's system. So what have we been left with? An immigration system which allows for exploitation at its outset, which hasn't been able to effectively fill the vacancies, and a hostile environment created by the attitude of this Tory government, which deters workers with the appropriate skill set from even considering coming here to the UK to carry out that work. And I said earlier, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is consistent themes running that emanate from here in Westminster. Those themes are the painful reality with the people of Scotland have become all too familiar. Tory chaos, Tory mismanagement and the enduring damage of Brexit, which threatens to decimate our hard-working and admirably resilient farmers in Scotland. In stark contrast, the SNP stands up for Scottish farmers. Wherever we can on matters that are fully devolved, we have given clarity and assurances that we will support our farming industry. We have introduced the Agriculture and Rural Communities Bill, which is a key milestone in our work to transform how we support farming and food production in Scotland to become a global leader in sustainable and regenerative agriculture. And in a final example of the differences between the clear leadership being shown in Scotland and the approach favoured down here, in his address to the NFU Scottish Conference, the First Minister announced the Scottish Government has now committed up to 70% of the budget being made available through Tiers 1 and 2 of the frameworks. Madam Deputy Speaker, today's debate has been welcomed and it is incredibly important. Farmers in Scotland are close to breaking point, and despite the constant commitment of support from the Scottish Government, there's only so much we can do to clean up the mess that has been left by the Tory Government. Whilst this Government continues to bury its head in the sand, we in the SNP will continue to work hard to secure the fair and sustainable future that Scottish family farms deserve. But there is only one way to properly address the challenges that farmers are facing and support and protect Scotland's agricultural history, and it is for an independent Scotland to take its place within the European Union. And only one party is making the case for this, the SNP. Thank you.
George Eustice.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I begin by drawing attention to my members' register of interest in that I'm a trustee of a family trust that owns shares in Travaskis Farm, our family farming business, and I'm also a director of Pembroke, which is a consultancy in the sector. And I wanted to start my comments by addressing the current year, because it is always the current year, the year that farmers are in, that is at the top of their minds. And as the Shadow Secretary of State pointed out, it has undoubtedly been a very difficult year for farmers this year. Difficult principally because of the weather. This has been one of the wettest winters on record. It affects different parts of the country, but this has been more widespread than, for instance, the bad flooding that we had in 2020, or the more localised but much more severe flooding that we saw in 2014. It means that a lot of winter arable crops have struggled to establish. It means that in areas like my own constituency, which is home to most of the UK's cauliflower production, producers of cauliflowers in Cornwall have had the most difficult year in living memory this year. So it's been a difficult time over the last 12 months, particularly this winter. And it is also true that in recent years, a number of global events have led to volatility, and in common with many other business sectors, farmers have sometimes felt it difficult to plan and to budget properly because of volatility that they saw in their input costs. And it's also the case that this year, over the last 12 months, some sectors have seen commodity prices ease back from the very high levels recorded in the last few years. And this is particularly pronounced in some areas of cereal production, like winter wheat. So while acknowledging that it has been a difficult year for farmers and that is at the top of their mind, I also think it is very important to take a step back and to look at the wider context and to look at a longer time frame. Because DEFRA, of course, constantly monitors farm business incomes. Every year they publish something called the Farm Business Survey, and there is a whole statistics department in DEFRA, as the Minister will know, who spend their time understanding global agricultural commodity markets, what's driving prices up or down, and what the impact of that is on UK farm enterprises. And on this, in recent years, we have to acknowledge that farm incomes have actually risen sharply overall since 2016. And that is because farm gate prices throughout history have always been heavily influenced by exchange rates. And the sharp devaluation of sterling against the euro after the 2016 referendum result, literally within seconds of it becoming apparent what was likely to happen on that evening, we saw anybody who is in a productive sector, be that primary industry or manufacturing, benefit from a slightly softer exchange rate. And throughout our history, this has always been the case. The people who make things and produce things tend to do better when you have a weaker exchange rate against the euro and the dollar, and people who import things or are in the financial services sector tend to prefer a stronger exchange rate. And because of that exchange rate change, between 2016 and 2022, profits on the average dairy farm more than doubled to over £200,000 last year. And that's more than 4 times higher than the average dairy farm was getting in 2015, when dairy prices really were on the floor and they really were struggling. It's also true that global turbulence following the terrible invasion of Ukraine has led to sharp increases in global cereal prices. And that means that for the average cereal farm, gross profit margins per hectare actually trebled in the few years up to 2022, although, as I've already acknowledged, and for any angry cereal farmers listening to this, it's also the case that those cereal prices have fallen sharply in this current year. And it's also, of course, something that I recognise that it has not been a universally positive picture. Overall, farm incomes have been healthy from 2016 to 2022. But the pig sector in particular suffered difficulties in 2021 caused by oversupply in the EU market and problems in the Chinese export market. Our apple industry suffers a long-standing problem of an inability, it would seem, to break through in export markets, leaving this industry that requires investment over many years, if not decades, at the mercy of all too powerful retail customers. The potato industry has also suffered several years in the doldrums, partly due to changing consumer tastes and reduction in demand for potatoes. And it's also finally the case, Madam Deputy Speaker, that some of the grazing livestock sectors, not just in more vulnerable upland landscapes, but also in lowland areas too, have seen their profits typically moving sideways, not really increasing and in some years dipping slightly. So the overall picture for agriculture from 2016 is a positive one, and it's important to recognise that. Farmers won't always volunteer the fact that they've had good years when they have good years, but for those of us in this House who are interested in coherent policy making, it's important that we at least understand the data and the statistics. And that's why I was particularly pleased that the Farming Minister published the data and the trends late last year. Now, I want to say a little bit about the current agriculture policy that the government's pursuing, and that's because most of the key tenets of that policy were developed between 2017 and 2019, when I was the Minister of State for Agriculture, and implemented from 2020 to 2023, when I was the Secretary of State in the department. And there are a number of principles that we brought to that policy as we had a once-in-a-generation opportunity to rethink farming policy from first principles. And the first is that there was no long-term place for land subsidies. That's to say, the single farm payment, area payments, direct payments, whatever you wish to call them, these were essentially a subsidy paid to people for owning land. And there was no coherence to such a policy, simply because there has never been any shortage of people in this country wanting to buy land, and it made no sense to add a subsidy to it. There's also a lot of evidence that around 50% of that subsidy payment, when it was introduced in 2005, actually went in inflated rents. And so all that happened when you introduced a land subsidy is the people who were the ultimate owners of that land benefited most. And it's why we ended up with a problem that 50% of the entire agriculture budget went to 10% of the wealthiest landowners in the country. Meanwhile, 44,000 farmers, more than half the cohort claiming BPS, had just 10% of the total between them. And that made no sense. So the second principle that we brought is that as well as paying farmers for what they do, rather than just paying them for happening to own land, there should be a profit margin in what we ask them to do. So we took a very deliberate decision to depart from the backward income foregone methodology that was pursued by the European Union and is sometimes advocated by the World Trade Organization. As we try to modernise farm policy, we have to reject some of the anachronistic approaches that the World Trade Organization advocates. They have no place for modern policy. And it is essential that if we're going to ask farmers to give up a land subsidy in exchange for being paid for what they do, we should not begrudge them a margin for what they do. There has to be a profit margin. That is the quid pro quo for the removal of anachronistic land subsidies. The third principle that we brought in the design of that policy was that recognising that there was poor profitability in some farm sectors, and recognising too that in some areas there was a dependence on the subsidies that were received, we should try to address the cause of that poor profitability, not simply treat the symptoms of it. And that is why in the Agriculture Act we legislated for new powers to introduce fairness in the supply chain. And it's why in the years since we've had a significant expansion in grants to help farmers invest in their businesses, to reduce costs and improve their profitability. And it's why, as we design schemes like the Sustainable Farming Incentive, we made sure that as well as helping the environment, some of those schemes would also increase and improve the financial resilience of farms, because there's a lot of evidence that in some landscapes, if you can have an approach to farming that is more extensive, that has fewer inputs, but actually a higher profit margin, you can actually see an overall improvement in the profitability and long-term financial resilience of some of those enterprises. The fourth principle that I was very keen to bring to this policy, but I know others have commented that we didn't do this far enough, and I'm open to representations on that, but it was that there should be simplicity in the new schemes. And this is not easy because the environment is complex. And whenever you try to design a scheme that delivers for the environment, it's always going to be limited by the extent of human understanding and the ability to make payments that you can then track and validate in some way that they've been delivered. And that is not straightforward, as I discovered when I got into this. I'm somebody who campaigned to leave. I was very hostile to the cross-compliance regime and the way that the European Union approached these things, I was very keen to bring simplicity to it. And my message always to officials is that as we encounter a dilemma and a difficulty as we design policy, we should always tack towards simplicity and accept that it might not be perfect, but that we need something that works. And I think generally, to be fair to officials, they have done that. And to be fair to ministers, they've maintained that basic principle going forward. The final principle, Madam Deputy Speaker, was that this should be an evolution, not a revolution. And that is why, way back in 2018, when I first tried to take the Agriculture Act through Parliament, in that case we didn't complete it, and we had to have a second attempt in the Parliament that followed after the 2019 election. But we were explicit right from the beginning that there would be a 7-year transition from 2021 to 2028, that we would gradually reduce the legacy BPS land subsidies and gradually expand and roll out the new policies. And you know, it's sometimes said that, oh, well, there hasn't been a plan, things have delayed, things aren't happening as fast as they should have done. All of these representations, I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, are complete and utter nonsense. We published a document in 2019 that set out that 7-year transition plan. And I want to pay tribute to all of my successors, because every single one of them has continued to roll out that policy programme exactly as we set out in 2019. And indeed, just late last year, the government confirmed that they would de-link the remaining legacy payments from the need to have tenure over land in this current year, 2024. And that is exactly what we planned to do as long ago as 2019. And every different component of the new agriculture policy, from the sustainable farming incentive to the landscape recovery project and others, have been rolled out exactly as we intended. And I want, Madam Deputy Speaker, to also pay tribute to the many DEFRA officials who've maintained that trajectory that we outlined in 2019. In particular, Janet Hughes, who's led that team for a number of years, and I think having that continuity on the policy programme has been helpful. And I also want to take this opportunity to pay tribute to Tim Morden, who is a long-standing official in DEFRA, who's helped ministers from all sides of this House over many, many years, and who I understand will soon be retiring from the department. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to now say a little bit about what the challenges are that remain, because there are some, and I will wind up soon after that. Most of the challenges that DEFRA faces when it comes to agriculture, I'm afraid to say, are other government departments. And the first of those departments is the Home Office. When I was the Secretary of State, we put in place the Shropshire Review that concluded that we actually needed to have a visa scheme, not only for the agriculture sector, and that should be a multi-annual visa scheme for seasonal workers in farming, but that also we needed to look at a visa scheme as well, a more progressive approach, if you like, on some sectors such as food manufacturing. And I regret to say that there's not yet been a response to that Shropshire Review. I have to say, in raising this, I'm placing no blame at the feet of ministers in DEFRA, since I was a minister in DEFRA, and I know how these things work. And while ministers won't be able to say so, it's pretty obvious that the Home Office, as usual, are the intransigent blockage in this problem. And what we really need to see, Madam Deputy Speaker, in my view, is a machinery of government change where the Home Office is stripped of its powers when it comes to visa policy for seasonal agricultural workers, so that the policy in its entirety is simply moved to DEFRA, and DEFRA ministers no longer have to waste their time trying to explain things to Home Office ministers, which is often where the problem lies. A number of honourable members have mentioned trade, and on the Department for Business and Trade, I would simply say this to ministers. DEFRA understands trade and some of the technical issues around trade far better than officials in the Department for Business and Trade. DEFRA ministers are armed with real intellectual power within DEFRA, real experience of dealing with trade negotiations. And I hope that current ministers and any other aspiring ministers in this place will always draw on the power that they have within DEFRA in order to face down some of the more naive approaches that we've seen in the past from the Department for Business and Trade. I would say as well that we must keep payment rates under review. I actually increased the payment rates for the Sustainable Farming Incentive and Countryside Stewardship by about 30% in the final year that I was in the role. I know that ministers recently have increased it by a further 10%, and it may be that we need to consider going further too as we depart from the anachronistic income foregone methodology. And now a number of honourable members have mentioned the issue around land use, and the Shadow Secretary of State mentioned the land use framework. I'm more optimistic about our ability to both increase agricultural output and make space in our farmed landscape for nature. And that is because we know, and we've done the research on this, there is no direct correlation between food production and land area used. And that's because 35% of our agricultural output comes from just 4% of the land. And that's because you have sectors like pigs and poultry and horticulture that are high-value outputs but don't use a huge amount of land. And at the other end of the scale, we also know that there's around 20% of farmland in England that produces just 3 or 4% of our total output. So you don't, it's pretty obvious that you can actually make space for nature, do some tree planting, restore some of those vulnerable habitats like peatland, but also as well invest in things like new horticulture, glass houses and other crops to expand your domestic food production and enhance your food security. And on that particular point of horticulture, I regret that the government took a decision last year to drop the horticulture strategy. I do know that they've reinstated elements of it, and that's to be welcomed. But the reason we committed to a new focus on horticulture, and in particular a new generation of glasshouses when it came to our food production, is that in my 9 years in DEFRA, I spent a lot of time in COBRA meetings dealing with the latest crisis that might have been going on, whether it was a ferry strike in France, right up to COVID and preparing for a no-deal Brexit. And the issue always came down to how we would get lettuces and tomatoes from Spain into this country through the short straits. And if we really wanted to enhance our food security, we should have a renewed focus on horticulture and try to reshore some of that glasshouse production that was wrongly exported to the Netherlands when we joined the European Union all those decades ago. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to see more done to support new entrants and tenant farmers. I think the ROC review was an excellent piece of work. There were many, many different recommendations in there. But if there was one recommendation that I hope the government would consider taking forward, it's the idea of an assignable agreement when it comes to countryside stewardship, so that if somebody enters land tenure for maybe 2 or 3 years, they will actually be able to assign their agreement to an incoming tenant or indeed to the existing landowner. That is the only solution I can see to that particular problem. Thank you very much.
Ben Lake.
Speaker, it's a pleasure to participate in this very important and timely debate, and a particular pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Member for Camborne and Redruth, who I thought made a very considered speech, as ever. He's very learned in this particular policy field, and I'd like to actually elaborate a little bit and follow on his one of his final points there about food security, and especially the emphasis on horticulture and reshoring some of that production in the UK, because I think food security is something that doesn't always get the attention it demands in this place, and indeed in wider political debate. It's a very important matter, of course, of life and death, but it is something that I feel warrants even more parliamentary scrutiny and debate in future. But if we begin then by considering the current state of affairs, and in that regard, the UK Government's Food Security Report is incredibly useful. It sets out the current situation as regards food production and food consumption, as well as exports and imports. And I was quite taken by some of its findings that the UK's production to supply ratio, for example, for all food in 2020 was some 60% and 76% for indigenous type food. Perhaps more relevant and more widely understood, of course, is the actual consumption of UK-produced food, and that statistic stands closer to 54%, as, of course, part of UK food products are exported. Now, the point I make on this now is statistics, they're very hard to interpret and sometimes can tell a whole array of different stories. The one thing I would say about that 54% of UK-produced food actually consumed is that it compares to a 1984 figure of 78%. Now, changing dietary preferences, changing climate,
different consumer habits, what have you, have a very heavy bearing on this story. But the trend, I think, is quite important, that from a peak in the mid-1980s, the production to supply ratio has declined into the early 2000s and has remained quite stable ever since. Of course, food security is not a simple matter. It is multifaceted and has various different contingent factors. But the UK government's food security report has a very useful definition, which I think conveys the complexity. Food security, it notes, encompasses the state of global agriculture and markets on which the UK is reliant, the sources of raw materials and foodstuffs in the UK and abroad, the manufacturing, wholesale and retail industries that ultimately bring food to shelves and plates, and their complex supply chains of inputs and logistics, and the systems of inspection that allow consumers to be confident that their food is safe, authentic and of a high standard. Now, if we consider that definition for a moment, as detailed as it is, immediately a few risks to food security spring to mind. We've heard some of them already in this debate this evening. We've heard of the surge in input prices and cost of commodities, and the way that has had a big influence on the viability of farm businesses. We've also heard about changing climate in the UK and the way in which flooding has had a significant impact on agricultural production in the UK. But I also think it's quite important to bear in mind that the impact of a changing climate will also have an impact on those markets abroad from which the UK imports so much of its food. And especially of relevance here is that, as the Right Honourable Member who spoke before me outlined, different sectors will be more exposed to these import markets or these foreign markets than others. If we take, for example, the fruit and vegetable sector as a particular case in point, we depend quite a bit on foreign markets for our fruit and veg. The UK produces over 50% of vegetables consumed domestically, but only 16% of our fruit. And 93% of domestic consumption of fresh vegetables was fulfilled by domestic and European production, while fruit supply is more widely spread across the EU, Africa, the Americas and the UK. Now, some of these foreign markets are those areas of the world in which we know will suffer from climate change, and their ability to produce much of this food that we import will be impacted by climate change. And that's not to consider, of course, the impact that the unknown impact of geopolitical instability will have on some of these supply chains. You know, the war in Ukraine has already been mentioned, but we need also remember, of course, that some of these shocks are unexpected and we cannot anticipate, such as, for example, the disruption more recently in the Red Sea trade routes. And so for that reason, I very much welcome the government's commitment to monitoring food security through this new statutory index. And I think it would warrant then an annual debate to coincide with updates of the index so that we can properly scrutinise this very important matter. Now, if we consider all of these facts and potential threats and risks, I think it leads us to this conclusion that actually we need to not only maintain domestic food production, but also actually increase food production so that we can gain greater self-sufficiency in many of the food products that UK consumers eat. Now, whilst I focused so far on some of the external factors, we need to bear in mind, of course, there are many domestic factors that have an impact on domestic food capacity. And I'm afraid to say that there are a combination of factors that are conspiring at present to force many farmers in Wales out of the industry. Now, domestic agricultural support policy, for example, is a very big part to play in this regard, in addition to public procurement of food contracts, which has already been mentioned by another speaker. I'm afraid the financial position of Welsh farms just underlines the vulnerability of the sector in Wales and the importance of direct government support payments. Now, IBERS, the research institute at Aberystwyth University in my constituency, produces an annual farm business survey of farm incomes. And the most recent survey, detailing the 2022-2023 outturns, paints a very worrying picture of the state of many farms and farm models in Wales. It noted how hill, cattle and sheep farms made a profit of some £24,000 after rent and finance in that financial year, but excluding, of course, the cost of unpaid labour. And that compares to the average basic payment scheme payment for those farms of £26,000. Hill Sheep Farms paint a similar story. They made a profit after rent and finance of some £24,000 versus a BPS direct support payment of £31,577. The point I'm trying to make here is that direct support from the government through the BPS in this instance has served an incredibly important role in keeping many of these farms afloat. And the threat or the concern that I have is when any reduction to that profit, many of these farms will find themselves unviable. I will, of course.
Giving way. He will know well that the Labour government in Wales is currently planning a subsidy scheme, a sustainable farming scheme, which by their own independently commissioned estimates will lead to roughly a 10% drop in livestock and a £122 million drop in revenue. That's income that farmers in Aberconwy tell me is simply the difference between them having a future and not. So what message does he have then for his Plaid Cymru colleagues in the Senedd who are propping up that Welsh Labour government through a cooperation agreement? Does he agree with me that tomorrow afternoon's budget vote might be a good opportunity for them to reconsider that cooperation?
Very grateful to my honourable friend from Aberconwy for making that intervention. I think he is right to state the fears of his farmers that are very much aligned with those expressed to me by farmers in Ceredigion, that the potential change of this policy is, quite frankly, the matter of life and death for their businesses. He tempts me to comment on some of the potential plans of my colleagues in the Senedd. I'll resist them, but I will say that I think it's important, given the gravity of the situation facing the Welsh agricultural industry, that's important that the SFS is changed. I would suggest that it should be paused to begin with so that we have time to devise a proper policy that is fit for the 21st century. And if my colleagues decide that they need to use every possible lever possible, then I would all power to their elbow. And if that means the demise of a cooperation agreement, I certainly shall not be mourning its passing. The point, though, is that the direct support for many of our farm businesses is crucial, and I think a point was made by the right honourable member for North Herefordshire earlier in the debate that much of the reality of some of this support is actually to ensure that the price of food on the market, on the supermarket shelves, is controlled in a manner. Now, yes, yeah.
I'm grateful to the honourable member for giving way. He was talking about direct support to farmers, and on that subject, I'd also like to talk, briefly ask him a question about direct support for local planning authorities, given how vital it is that farmers get quick answers from local planning authorities. My experience in Mid and East Devon is that they are earnest in their desire to prevent agricultural pollution affecting our streams and rivers. But I've had one farmer who's waited 20 months for a decision on a planning application in relation to the construction of a slurry store. Does he agree with me that we need the Westminster Government also to help local planning authorities so that we can get rapid answers to our farmers?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for that very important contribution, intervention. I think it is quite right. It's something we face in Wales as well, where some farm improvements and developments, indeed changes to comply with regulations, find obstacles in delays in planning. I think it's only right that planning authorities are sufficiently resourced to ensure that none of these obstacles are put in the way of progress. So I think he makes a very good point. If I could very briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, before concluding, just turn to some of the wider issues that impact on domestic production that I think is worth repeating in this place, and those being the weaknesses of the current grocery supply code of practice and enforcement regime, and also then, of course, trade policy. I don't need to remind the House because I can see so many learned members here this evening, but farming is a long-term industry. These decisions have to be made on a very long-term basis. And when it comes to the way in which the grocery supply chain operates, I'm afraid to say that it is the case that many of the retailers have found themselves in a position where they can exert undue influence and impact on farmers and growers to shift short-term risk onto their shoulders, much to the detriment of the wider industry. It's been stated in a previous debate in Westminster Hall last month that 95% of the food consumed in the UK is sold by just 12 retailers. which affords them this dominant position in the supply chain. And it means the farmers and growers receive quite a paltry margin when compared to that enjoyed by many of the retailers. Again, a point made far more eloquently by the Right Honourable Member for North Herefordshire. And so in addition to short-term inflation spikes and rising input costs, farmers are also at the present exposed to some unfair trading practices that arise from this imbalance. Now, at the debate last month, many members were present debating a petition that was brought forward by the Riverfoot Farming Campaign, which called on the government to strengthen the grocery record adjudicators so that it is empowered to take effective and punitive action against those committing unfair trading practices, to lower the turnover threshold so that the code applies to a greater number of retailers, and to enshrine the simple principle that retailers should give suppliers certainty that they will buy what they agreed to buy, pay what they agreed to pay, and to pay on time. What we're talking there, Madam Deputy Speaker, is just basic fairness, and specifically to spread out some of the risk and also the profit inherent in the food supply system more evenly across the supply chain. Finally then, it has already been mentioned, so I won't go into any detail, but the impact of trade policy. And concerns have been referenced already about the impact of the Australia Free Trade Deal on the sector in Wales and indeed in the UK. All I would want to say in addition to what has already been said is that in its approach to future trade policy, the UK government should urgently establish a set of core production standards for all food consumed in the UK to ensure that farmers and growers here are not disadvantaged by any future trade agreements. These standards could safeguard high quality, climate-friendly markets that are open to imports from countries whose standards may differ from our own. But in addition, we've already mentioned the Food Security Index. The government could look to establish an annual free trade agreement assessment to quantify the cumulative impact of free trade agreements on trade balance, sourcing, standards and domestic food production. I know it's something that the farming unions in Wales would very much support. In conclusion then, Madam Deputy Speaker, what I think with regards to food security, it is a challenge that we will need to grapple with quite soon. And I think by supporting domestic production, not only for it to be maintained current levels, but actually to increase production so that we do gain greater self-sufficiency, we will in turn gain greater resilience to climate change, to the shocks also in a very uncertain world.
Thérèse Coffey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's a huge pleasure to contribute to this debate on farming, and reflecting on many of the other speeches that have already been made. It just shows how important it is in our national security. Farmers' primary purpose is to produce the fine food that we enjoy, and we need them to keep doing that. We need them to have good reward and fair reward for doing that. And we also need their help to protect and conserve the countryside and the natural environment. As the Member of Parliament for Suffolk Coastal, I'm blessed to represent such a special part of our country, well known for its pigs, potatoes and parsnips, but also for much more, whether it's poultry and indeed its very splendid natural environment. I think one of the things that has, ever since I've become a Member of Parliament, I refer to this in my maiden speech, is the importance of listening and learning to those who expertly rear, who expertly grow so much of what we choose to enjoy in this country, but also where we want to help them also get best value by making sure that the best British food is also valued right around the world. Now, in terms of one of the challenges, I think, in trying to do a national policy in this regard, which was eloquently set out actually by my right honourable friend, the member for Camborne and Redruth, is that when you're trying to go from a situation where it was a blanket 85% based on a particular characteristic, bit of environmental here and there for the other 15%, actually as we go forward and recognise actually the difference between the United Kingdom of the different administrations that are in place, what we're seeing is some pretty dogged elements in Wales where people are actually being instructed that in order to get any support at all, they have to give up quite a lot of their land instead of potential improvements to farming. But I'm also very conscious that on the front line, those challenges do vary sector by sector, county by county, and often a lot of that is also drawn from the very soil which is so different. Even in one road in my constituency, the A12, the soil varies just from one side to the other. So there are different challenges which we recognise farmers do day in, day out in order to have a fruitful industry. And in terms of that is also true in a number of ways on whether it's about water. Right now, farmers have got way too much water, whereas often in my part of the country, there's often concerns about, in terms of drought, restrictions on abstraction, but also some of the other challenges that comes, of course, which we're seeing now with potential issues to do with yield. So to that end, I think one of the things is that we continue to have to be agile, flexible, listen to feedback, and not have, at times, the history of the RPA, which is a computer says no, but to undertake that analysis and to consider carefully about those policies that we are pursuing, as my right honourable friend set out, but to make sure that we also stick to our target that we have put in place, that in terms of distribution of the funding that is going right across the country, is that we want to make sure that we have 70% of land, agricultural land, and 70% of holdings participating in elms in the future by 2028. And I'd be grateful for an update from the Minister on where we are on that. In terms of one of the other aspects that I think has worried farmers potentially, and in terms of food security, is about some farmers considering they should opt out of food production in its entirety. And that is not something that elms was designed to do. In my belief that we should consider putting a restriction on how much land could be taken out of that sort of production, because, as my right honourable friend said, there is opportunity to improve productivity of much of our aspects of our farming sector in order to get that food security which we all believe is vital. But I do think that we need to undertake, and I hope that officials are continuing or have finished the analysis that I commissioned, that we don't just look at the national incomes and the average that's being related to, but to look almost constituency by constituency, certainly county by county, to get a sense of whether people are taking up the opportunities that are there. To give you an example, there are about 305 farmers in Suffolk Coastal who are eligible for BPS. By the way, BPS has not applied to quite a lot of farmers in my constituency. Pig farmers in particular stand out. But so far, only 55 have applied for SFI in this current year. And as I say, despite the fact that there has been opened up for pig farmers. So I think it is worthwhile undertaking that analysis, and that's why I've asked the RPA to share with me the recipients of BPS. I don't want to know how much they earn from it, but I do want to understand why it is that people are not taking up those opportunities. Again, so that we listen and get feedback. And this is one of the things that I thought was really important. We have a fine farming minister. The Right Honourable Member for Sherwood is very well experienced. Indeed, after lawyers and trade union officials, I expect farmers is probably the number one occupation of members of Parliament after that. Well, certainly on these benches, if not more broadly. And being alert to those issues, which, frankly, at times only government can really help and intervene, is really important to understand. But also, what are the barriers to getting people to participate? I think biosecurity continues to be the issue that should keep most politicians awake at night about what the impact that could have. And we've already heard about the issues to do with bovine TB. That's why I absolutely believe that we should continue to cull until we're into that more stable element, and why we are still getting the advance of science and the way that we can do vaccinations applied much more readily. This, I think we should also be, we have made sure that we are tightening up issues at the borders. But I'd be grateful if my honourable friend would update us on where we are with Weybridge, because it's really important that we have that upgrade that is done to make sure that we can assess those issues. In terms of protecting the countryside, I'm delighted that the Labour Party has abandoned its right to roam. I think it has listened to farmers. I hope it will listen a bit more on some of the issues I've just referred to in terms of bovine TB, but also the use of chemicals and pesticides. And these are not applied, frankly, willy-nilly. They cost actually a lot of money to farmers. But it's important that we continue to make sure we have an appropriate way that we deploy what science can gives us, while still also understandably being concerned about the impact on the natural environment. The two can go hand in hand, and that is absolutely vital, because frankly, if the farmers do not and landowners do not help us with supporting the natural environment, then it doesn't matter what scheme, it might be the best scheme in the world, but if it isn't being taken up, then we will fail. So that's why having a practical and pragmatic approach continues to be really important in that regard. Now, in terms of farming, we've already heard about skills and visas and similar. I must admit I was delighted when the Right Honourable Member for Harlow, the Education Minister, listened to the concerns raised by my local agricultural college. And in terms of T-levels, which are replacing BTECs, there was a gap in that pig husbandry was not included in the curriculum. And again, this is part of the challenge of having national approaches, and the organisation at the time were basically saying there wasn't enough demand for it. Well, there was, certainly in Suffolk Coastal and in other parts of the country, and I'm delighted that the government listened and is making sure that that is now going to go into the curriculum. In terms of the progress that we've made, it has been a journey. If I think about my right honourable friend, the member Surrey Heath, he did write the blueprint, Health and Harmony, ably assisted by my right honourable friend, the member for Camborne and Redruth. And I think it's fair to say that through the creation of the Agriculture Act, my right honourable friend set in place, if you like, the architecture. But I think it's also fair to say that when some things aren't quite working, it's okay to have a few tweaks along the way. And that's not a failure of where we are. The direction of travel is still there. But we do have to have something, as I say, that works. Now, coming back to, in particular, to Suffolk, water is one of our bigger challenges. And the local micro economy, as it were, in terms of climate, is pretty much actually like Israel. So there are parts of East Anglia which are exceptionally dry, and the new president of the NFU, Tom Bradshaw, will know that very well with his farming in Essex. And that's why I was delighted several years ago to help support the creation of the Felixstowe hydrocycle. In fact, it's so good, it was in the Plan for Water 4 times at my insistence. Because as we talk about water, we need to know, while there are plenty of farmers right now who've got too much water, quite often we don't have enough. And the risk to future production is really important when the Environment Agency is trying to balance a variety of environmental regulations alongside what can be done for making sure that farmers have enough water to grow crops. So I think one of the things that I've been trying to do was to get permitted development rights for small level reservoirs. I'd like to encourage my honourable friend to still pursue that within government, and indeed the role of IDBs, internal drainage boards, are vital and sensible in how we try and manage that delicate balance. In terms of welfare, we do have the highest standards in the world, and I'm very conscious of that, and I'm also conscious of the concerns that people have that we don't all play by the same rules. That happened while we were still in the European Union, and we still see some of the challenges that addresses in terms of our trade agreement that we have with the European Union, but I think it's important that we continue to make sure that we market that not only within this country but elsewhere in the world. And it's why it was right to reject a lot of the calls from foreign markets about why they should come into this country. And I was pleased that the Prime Minister stood up for British farming at the time. I will.
I'm sorry to interrupt her, and I'm grateful to her for giving way, but would she agree that it is vitally important that when we negotiate future trade deals, that we do include in those deals that Britain has some of the highest welfare standards in the world, and that we shouldn't sacrifice those standards for the sake of doing a trade deal?
Well, my honourable friend is right to raise that point, and indeed it's one of our selling points in terms of our trade deals about what we sell abroad, and that people recognise that brand. And there are other ways the industry themselves have tried to promote their elements. But what I would say is that in terms of there's still a lot of clamour in this country to do even more ratcheting of welfare, what happens here in this country, on the idea that somehow the rest of the world will automatically follow us. Well, frankly, we've still got to try and get the European Commission to implement all the European rules, rather than the derogations that are still in existence or the lack of enforcement. And I would rather that we focus on people in this country who aren't following the rules, rather than necessarily ratcheting further. But I hear what he says about matters from other parts of the world. Indeed, we need to make sure that farming is fit for the future. There aren't many other sectors where across the United Kingdom the UK government does give out over £3 billion a year to support an industry. And it is that change that we have done about moving to public services, public money for public good. But I think that we can continue to go further in making sure that our funding things are fair for tenant farmers, that they are fair in terms of the contracts that we have. And I don't believe that government should get involved directly in setting prices. There are some delicacies, and we've seen that recently with sugar beet, where ministers did have to crack heads together in order to get a reasonable outcome. But I think that we also need to crack on with many of the other Brexit bonuses, including we passed the Precision Breeding Act, and we now need the Food Standards Agency to get on with getting the regulations in place so that we can take full advantage of that. At the same time, in terms of Brexit advantages, we should also be getting the FSA and DEFRA to really take advantage of the opportunity to deregulate. And deregulate doesn't mean make things worse. It's actually about making things more straightforward. That's about things to do with small abattoirs. It's to do things like trichinella testing. There hasn't been a case of trichinella in over at least 20 years, if not even longer. That was a European problem. It was not a problem here in the UK. So I'd look forward to more deregulation coming along. In terms of, there's the other aspect to do with waste. There's no doubt that there are some challenges about pollution coming from farming. That's why 6 years ago, there were regulations put in place to do with water, but I think recognise that we have been able to increase the amount of money that has gone into things like slurry covers and other aspects of managing that. There is plenty more that we can do in that regard. In terms of thinking about trade, undoubtedly quality is one of our big selling points, and I'm pleased that we were able to double the number of agricultural attachés, and we really need to take account of that. Indeed, I think we should be challenging the European Commission for the fact that France do seem to be putting up trade barriers. People do want to export our goods, and yet they cannot do so because there's no facilities in the ports, basically in Dover or across from Dover, in Calais, that will indeed allow that to happen. And for me, that is a barrier to trade which we should be challenging through the committee. In terms of other aspects that have already been covered well today, we do need to make sure that there is availability of labour. I think there is more that we want to do in terms of investing in the future. I think also there are other aspects which I hope the Treasury will be looking into. There is tax relief that's passed on. Conscious of the ups and downs that we can experience in farming. That's why we brought in 5-year average tax relief. That was an important change. But there is a problem at the moment that as soon as people stop giving up land to the extra patches of the edge of their lands, that can then no longer necessarily get the tax relief that's then passed from generation to generation. Unlike, for example, if people bring in a solar farm, where they sign a lease, if the lease is only for 20 to 25 years, they keep all of that tax benefit that they enjoy. So we need to see the same for nature too. In terms of, I'm conscious, Madam Deputy Speaker, that many people want to speak in today's debate. But I do want to make sure that we have a practical and pragmatic DEFRA in terms of its delivery. I do think that RPA does need to be agile, needs to be flexible, needs to listen to feedback. And a good example, it's the only, perhaps 1 or 2 times when ministerial instructions were flat refused to be delivered by officials and the agency. And this is, again, in feedback to going to visit farmers around the country, being out in the front line, what has been happening with certain aspects of mapping. And in order to simplify that, I think that we can go further and we need to make sure that absolutely happens. It's important that farmers have trust and confidence in our agency who delivers this, who has confidence and trust in the policy, and has confidence and trust in that when ministers say that they want something changing, which will be simple, straightforward, and frankly needed for farmers, that should be delivered without hesitation. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is much more I could say today. Being Secretary of State for DEFRA, being Secretary of State for Farming, was actually a very responsible job. It was a very worthwhile job, and at times a very challenging job, undoubtedly. But we should all make sure that we have farmers at the forefront of our minds when we think of the food that we eat, when we think of the animals that we see, when we think of the countryside that we enjoy, because frankly this country would be worse off without farmers, and that's why we need to make sure they're at the forefront.
Alex Sobel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituency is far more rural than its name suggests, with many farms around the towns of Otley and Yeadon, the villages of Bramhope, Poole and Arthington. I visited many of them and seen a range of practices, as well as many farms in North Yorkshire over the border, particularly after the pandemic. Properly supporting our nation's farms is essential to meeting our nature and climate targets. The government must do more to support our farms, deliver more sustainable food production and implement environmental land management strategies. DEFRA's Agricultural Transition Plan is a step in the right direction towards a more resilient and prosperous agricultural sector, one capable of delivering sustainable food production while meeting nature and climate targets. The offer 2024 does include some welcome components, including an expanded set of actions, an average uplift in payments of 10%, increased payment frequency, and a commitment to double the amount of agreements offered for more complex and targeted environmental land management. The review and refresh of payment rates should serve to better reflect the value of public goods provided by certain types of habitat and management actions. However, there is no publicly available data to demonstrate how these payment rates have been calculated, which is crucial in building transparency, evaluating progress and securing value for money. DEFRA needs to publish scheme payment methodologies, as well as a clear payment strategy which forecasts expenditure on different scheme actions and the outcomes that are expected as a result. One of the main weaknesses of farming transition today has been DEFRA's reliance on low ambition, free choice actions within the broad and shallow elements of ELMS. The design choice intended to maintain maximum flexibility, but it risks undermining the environmental effectiveness of the scheme, with evidence suggesting that previous similar approaches have not secured the identified objectives. Over time, the SFI needs to evolve to enable the delivery of a whole farm approach, ensuring that a minimum level of environmental action is delivered as part of a joined-up and cohesive scheme. We need both a degree of flexibility to account for individual circumstances and to maintain a minimum level of ambitious environmental delivery. For farmers to truly be supported to increase sustainable practices, we urgently need to address the green skill shortages for farming. Successfully integrating environmental actions into the heart of farm-based decision-making will be a new concept for many. With over 300 actions to choose from, many farmers need the right support to deliver the right actions for their farm and the environment. Access to expert, high-quality advice will be critical to delivering higher quality environmental outcomes, business benefits and farmer buy-in. Farmers need to have access to ecological expertise and support for farmer-to-farmer peer learning and knowledge exchange. There is simply a lack of people and skills to help land managers do the right things in the right places at a pace that meets our climate and biodiversity targets. As the rural economy changes, there is opportunity to develop more skills in managing natural capital like stone walls, hedgerows, natural flood management and habitat areas. It's a great opportunity to support the current and next generation to have the skills to manage a landscape for food, nature and climate. With a focus on managing hedgerows, better for carbon capture and biodiversity, new skills will be needed in the management of bigger, bushy hedges. With increased focus on tree planting, there will be greater need for jobs in managing woodlands and the byproducts that will be produced over the next 20 to 30 years before timber is ready to be felled. We need a national nature service for young people to introduce them to these green skills and the job opportunities that follow, as well as working closely with agricultural colleges and universities so they can provide the courses and qualifications for the sustainable farming transition. I've spoken many times about the essential role of hedgerows and coppicing to our agricultural heritage in protection of our natural environment and landscape. Hedgerows are essential carbon sinks to help us meet our COP and Convention on Biological Diversity commitments. CPRE research found that expanding the hedgerow network by 40% would create more than 25,000 new jobs over the next 3 decades, and that for every £1 spent on hedgerows, a return of as much as £3 to be expected from the associated ecosystem services. I've heard from farmers they want more hedgerows on their farms, but the barrier is a lack of a skilled workforce. I went to see Richard Blamley's farm in my honourable friend's constituency of Selby, near Tadcaster. He is the chair of the National Farmers Union Environment Forum. He had planted hundreds of metres of hedgerows, and it's great to see the biodiversity increase with the associated carbon benefits. He said that he wanted more hedgerows on his farm, but the barrier was the lack of a skilled workforce. That and other areas of green skills need to be tackled. We have to see an expansion of a hedgerow network. He also highlighted the need for the availability of nursery stocks. Why are there so few local authority nurseries now? In Leeds, we have the Area, which provides plants for the whole city, as well as raises revenue for the council. DEFRA and DLUC should give seed funding for many more such nurseries. He also highlighted the need for continuing payments for sensitive maintenance. He rightly pointed out that good hedge could last centuries, being a store for carbon and a hive of biodiversity. We need to invest in those skills and skill-based activities to see the necessary hedgerow planting and maintenance to meet our targets. Hedgerows produce crops and provide food for people and animals. When I attended the Convention on Biological Diversity, the UN Biodiversity Conference at COP15, government agreed a new set of goals for nature over this decade. Unfortunately, the UK is one of the most severely nature-depleted countries worldwide, and we've heard successive government ministers admit that this is the case. The Natural History Museum's Biodiversity Intactness Index, probably the best indicator of global biodiversity, has revealed that the world has crashed through the safe limit for humanity for biodiversity loss and placed the UK's 53% score in the bottom 10% of all countries, well below China and last in the G7, not a record that any of us should be proud of. The Conservative Environment Act 2021 target on species abundance, which they are forced to concede by opposition amendments, promise only to halt the decline of species by 2030. Just halting the decline or getting a net zero for nature is not good enough. Our ambition should be nature positive. And farms and farmers and the green transition, I will give way to the Honourable.
You must, of course, be aware, though, that the government also set a target to increase species abundance in the period after 2030. And actually, it was only through close analysis of the data that we realised that was probably the best that could be achieved, even if we acted immediately.
I mean, I think I want to agree to disagree with the Honourable Member. I think the fact that we're baselining so low makes it an easy target to meet, and I think that shows a lack of ambition. But you know, let's have the general election. We can test this more accurately going forwards. Just to finish, we need to focus on improving our rewilding, reforesting and biodiversity, in which all of these natural landscapes are part. And we need to fully support our farmers who are part of this transition. We will not get there without their support, their hard work and the land that they work on. Thank you.
Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you for allowing me to catch your eye in this important debate on farming, of which we've heard words of wisdom for no less than 2 former Secretaries of State and a number of other colleagues. Important points have already been covered. I start by declaring my declaration of interests as a lifelong farmer, so maybe I have a few points that I can give to the House. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've had an uncertain few years with COVID-19 lockdowns and the war in Ukraine contributing to a fluctuating global economy and a huge spike in energy prices in 2021. That, together with inflation we've experienced domestically, has meant for many farmers an unsustainable pressure on their businesses compared to 2019. Farm input cost inflation in 2023 stood at 42%, with wholesale energy prices 1.5 times higher. These disruptive events have exposed several vulnerabilities relating to the UK's food supply chain and self-sufficiency. The UK has seen changes over the years influenced by various factors, such as agricultural policies, technological advancement, globalisation and environmental concerns. We have become increasingly interconnected with global food markets, relying on inputs for a significant proportion of our food supply. And whilst this provides access to a wide variety of year-round foods, it also exposes the UK to supply chain vulnerabilities, as seen during the events of COVID and Brexit and the war in Ukraine. In 1984, the UK's overall food sufficiency was 78%. In 21, it was 60%. Today, the nation is only 18% self-sufficient in fruit, 55% in vegetables, and 71% in potatoes. We surely should be able to produce policies that starts to increase those self-sufficiency in those commodities. Declining self-sufficiency coupled with supply chain problems abroad has resulted in occasional gaps on our supermarket shelves. Due to the cost of living pressures, consumers show signs of trading down to cheaper proteins. The trend for 2022 has shown volumes for beef down 6% and lamb down 16%. In November 22, growers' cost of productions have increased by as much as 27% in the preceding 12 months. UK egg production fell to its lowest in 9 years and is down 12% in 1 year alone. The cost of feed for those producers has increased by 28%, and the price of a pullet has increased by 22%. Back in 2022, I contributed to debate on national food strategy and food security. At that time, we were discussing regularly in the House issues of energy markets with costs trickling down to consumers. The same conversations were not happening as often regarding the cost of food and the impacting rising costs were having on people's budgets, although I did warn in that debate that rising food prices would become increasingly an important issue to the public. Food and energy prices are highly regressive, causing more of those on low incomes to pay much more as a percentage of their budgets than those higher up the income scale. Recent studies have suggested that up to 1 in 7 people in the UK had reported going hungry due to the cost of living. Therefore, securing our domestic food supply should not only support British farmers, but help bring costs down. Greater certainty from the food supply chain and government are needed. This can be encouraged through various means. Long-term certainty on accessing seasonable labour, the so-called SAWS scheme, mentioned by several of our former speakers. Greater productivity investment, mentioned by the Minister on the front bench in her opening remarks, and more enabling planning policies, measures to deliver growth and bolster food security. Advances in agricultural technology, such as precision farming, vertical farming, hydroponics and genetic engineering, offer opportunities to increase productivity and efficiency in food production. Embracing these food technologies can help boost domestic production and reduce reliance on exports. And I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, and to the House, I think farmers are one of the most embracing of new technology sectors of any sector in this country, and great tribute to them for that. Reforms that prioritise sustainable agriculture, support small-scale farmers and investment in research and development can improve self-sufficiency in food production. This might include payments for sustainable farming practices, incentives for local food production and regulations that promote food sovereignty. At the NFU 24 conference held on the 27th of February, the Prime Minister announced the new annual UK Food Security Index to capture and present the data needed to monitor levels of food security. The Farm to Fork Summit, which he held annually beginning in Downing Street last year, and a £15 million fund to tackle food waste from the farm gate. Work I have done through my role as Deputy Chair of the Public Accounts Committee has examined the environmental land management schemes in some detail, and we pressed hard for an annual report to Parliament on the goal to produce the Strategy Food Index, which will help this House to keep a track on how our production to obtain self-sufficiency is going. We've got to be very careful, I would say to the House, how much grade 1 and 2 types of land we take out of food production for environmental use, especially the areas of ecological worth, tending not to be in those high land grades. So I think we need to be really careful about that. Examples at the moment of thousands of acres being taken out in Lincolnshire for solar farms and windmills of very high-grade land is surely unsustainable in the long run. And I would say to the House, as I said in that debate way back in 2020, there will come a time when we need to produce as much food in this country as we possibly can, because with global warming, as the temperature rises, it will be the temperate areas of northern Europe that will be able to produce more of the food that is needed in the world to feed people. Payment have been the cornerstone of UK agricultural since the war, aiming to keep food prices down. And compared with some of our major competitors like France and the US, where I've just visited with the PAC, where some of the supermarket prices I noticed were double that of our own supermarkets, highlights the impacts of our subsidies in keeping food affordable domestically. However, relying solely on importing cheap food from around the world, while reducing payments to farmers, even for well-needed public goods, is unsustainable. We've seen in recent weeks, starting across Europe, farmers protesting in Brussels, also in other European capitals, and last week in Wales. And I'm not surprised that the farmers in Wales are outraged at their Labour government's emphasis on the environment over agriculture, with plans to commit to having trees on 10% of their lands and another 10% as wildlife habitat. Good as though these things may be, to actually, if you're a small farmer already struggling on the breadline, to have 20% of your land taken out, seems to me that they have, in the Welsh Government, no consideration for the loss of jobs and livelihoods that this policy will produce. While British farmers are held to an incredibly high environmental, animal welfare and food quality standards that I indicated to my honourable friend from East Suffolk, we must not allow our trade deals with other countries to undercut our farmers with low-quality, cheap products. Equally, as we have to look to the long-term health of our nation's food, that it is produced with high standards which benefits consumers, and therefore we must do what we can to maintain them. Modern agricultural practices, including intensive farming and monoculture, have raised concerns about environmental sustainability, including soil degradation, water pollution and biodiversity loss. The pollution of our rivers in the UK, as my honourable friend, again for East Suffolk, mentioned, is a huge challenge. There are problems with agriculture, with runoffs and nitrates and phosphates, and we have eventually to come up with a plan that allows farmers to apply these nutrients to grow their crops, but at the same time doesn't lead to unnecessary runoff in our river. And as she mentioned, action to help reduce pollution includes a plan for water which would provide £200 million for funding through slurry infrastructure grants. Water companies, of course, play a crucial part in the pollution of our rivers. And I am delighted that it was a Conservative government that introduced the Environment Act, which obliged water companies to install meters on all of their outlets so that we can actually see whether they're adhering to their environmental discharge conditions. I'm particularly delighted to have obtained a grant from Thames Water for Anthony St Peter's sewage works in my constituency, which is one of the most egregious outlets of sewage, and this is going to be worth several £1 million and has been budgeted for. Equally, I have had similar confirmation for sewage works in Morton and Bourton. Food production to produce cost-effective, wholesome food is vital for every single person in this country. However, it must be grown on an environmentally sustainable way, whether that's taking steps to ensure cleaner rivers or reducing carbon by increased and improved methods of production. At the same time, it is incumbent on the government to ensure that farmers, who are the ultimate guardians for the countryside, are properly rewarded for their onerous work, often trying to combat adverse weather conditions. And I strongly support the government's by local government. If Madam Speaker will allow me to give way, and I shall increase my time a little bit, I'll happily give way.
Thank my right honourable gentleman for giving way. Just very briefly on that point about adverse climatic conditions, does he agree with me that real concerns across the sector, including community-supported agriculture and other farms in my constituency, but Canalside in particular, that are facing really heavy, because of the heavy rains, really heavy soils, unable to plough the soil, and that's going to affect yields and the timing of their crops?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman who's only just come into the debate. I haven't had time, but we've done a lot of work in the Public Accounts Committee on the work of the Environment Agency. I think they could do much more, not only to promote new flooding schemes, but actually to maintain their existing flooding schemes, which would help protect a number of farms and houses. So I strongly support the government's policy of buying local. And there are only two ways that farmers can continue in business. Either they get payments for public goods and benefits, or a cost that reflects the cost of production. And I have to say, towards the end of my speech, it is slightly disappointing that the government hasn't done more to encourage all supermarkets, and there are some good ones and there are some bad ones, to be fair, that pay prices to the farming community that actually reflect the cost of production. And I think the government could do more through the Groceries Code adjudicator to ensure that this is the case. DEFRA has committed to ensuring contractual fairness between supermarkets and farmers, ensuring that supermarkets must meet certain expectations, including paying on time, paying what they agreed, and vitally, being paid at least the cost of production. This is important to ensure that are healthy and sustainable for our food supply, and the hard-working who produce it continues in the long run. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Alistair Carmichael.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman from the Cotswolds, and like him, I too should refer the House to my entry in the Register of Interests as the owner of farmland and the partner in a firm that manages it. Agriculture is enormously important to Scotland as a whole, but rural Scotland and island Scotland in particular. The NFUS remind us that it is a £3.3 billion industry employing in Scotland 67,000 workers, with a further 150,000 working in agricultural activity. Then, of course, you consider the fact that the money earned and brought into the community through farming has a spin-off in terms of post offices, local shops, the critical mass for village and rural schools. You understand the importance of the sector to Scotland. I will be back here at the close of business tomorrow night with the adjournment debate in relation to the Groceries Code adjudicator. The number of members who have referred to it in the course of this debate make me hope that I will not be on my own for once in the adjournment debate, because I think that does actually strike at the very heart of what is necessary for farming to be sustainable and self-sustaining in the future. Farming and crofting are absolutely critical to the economy of the Northern Isles. Orkney is good prime suckler beef pasture, and we have forever, it feels, had beef farming at the heart of our economy, while in Shetland, a rather more rugged landscape is ideal for the production of sheep, especially the native breed Shetland sheep. The old saw that the Orcadian is a farmer with a boat while the Shetlander is a fisherman with a croft remains true to this day. In recent years, prices have been decent, but speaking to my neighbours in Orkney and farmers and crofters throughout Orkney and Shetland, it's difficult to get away from the sense of lack of certainty that you hear from them every time, especially, and it pains me to say it, amongst younger farmers who are asking the question, is this an industry with a future? Well, I believe it is. In fact, I think agriculture is not just a single industry, it's a collection of different industries. But you can see why so many of them have that concern. What I've noticed over the years as a farmer's son and then representing an agricultural community is that piece by piece, sector by sector, the importance of it is taken away and it diminishes. And what you do know is that once you've lost a sector, you never get it back. And I look at the position of dairy farming in my constituency. We've seen a significant reduction in Orkney in the number of dairy farms, and indeed in Shetland we are now just down to 2. We talk about food security. Well, in Shetland, in the depths of winter, we quite often will have up to a week without a ferry to bring in food. The supermarket shelves are just bare. But in that time, the one part of the supermarket and the country shops where people can still see something in the shelves is the fridges that have the milk, because we have a local supply. If these two dairy farmers were to decide that actually they couldn't carry on in production, if they were to follow the example of their neighbours and colleagues and were to leave the sector, then that would leave us completely at the mercy of imported milk. So when we talk about public money for public good, then surely the continued production of milk in Shetland is a public good, and that public money that goes into supporting agriculture should be constructed in a way that will allow that to continue. Because it is the shape of future funding that I believe is critical to addressing the uncertainty that I hear spoken about by the farmers and crofters in my constituency. The Honourable Gentleman from Coatbridge, Chryston, Bellshill spoke about the First Minister's contribution to the NFUS conference recently, and his announcement there about the 70% was welcome, but he must know surely as well as I do that a great deal more of the detail is still required. And it is the lack of that detail that leads to the continuing uncertainty. So we need certainty not just in relation to the structure of future funding, but also to the quantum of it. What is needed is a multi-annual ring-fence budget, and that will require the Scottish Government and the UK Government to work together constructively. It shouldn't be that difficult, but somehow or another it never seems to be quite as easy as it ought to be. The House may be aware that the farming budget in Scotland is actually linked to the UK budget. It's pegged at something at the moment in the region of about 17% in recognition of the different structure that we have and also the importance of agriculture to Scotland's economy. But what we are seeing now is policies in Scotland which are increasingly divergent from those south of the border in England and also in Wales and Northern Ireland. That is essentially the purpose and the point of devolution. So it is sensible and it is necessary that you should have that divergence of policy. But that divergence and that diversity risks being undermined if there is not the resource in the budget to accommodate it. And if the consequence of the changes that we are seeing in England at the moment is a smaller budget for the public money going into there, then that risks at some point in the future Scottish farm assistance being reduced and being inadequate to do the job that we know it is required to do. So I think actually what is required here is for the Treasury to come forward with a framework that is based on that multi-annual agreement, because we all know that farming is not an industry that will work in an annual budget. You do need that annual budget, that multi-annual settlement, and also something which ensures that it is ring-fenced, so it can't just be taken away and put into something else if there is another winter crisis in the NHS or whatever it is going to be. The Honourable Member for North Herefordshire spoke earlier about the importance of abattoirs, and I absolutely agree about that. But in many ways, actually, the absence of smaller local abattoirs is indicative of the problems that are facing the agricultural sector and rural communities as a whole. So we are shipping animals around the countryside by whatever means, be it ferries from Orkney or Shetland to the mainland, then to be taken on by road, or whether it is on the mainland being carted around by road and by motorway. We are seeing animals slaughtered in greater number in a smaller number of locations. That, I believe, is a consequence of the way in which the supermarkets in particular drive down the price, but the consequence is also that it is so much cheaper for animals to be slaughtered in that way. It is something which works definitely to the detriment of farmers in my constituency. I understand the reasons why there is no abattoir functioning in Orkney. I remember well many of the problems in relation of of regulation, in particular in relation to the disposal of offal, that ultimately meant it was not a business that could continue, but for a community that is proud of its animal welfare and the quality of meat that it produces at the end of the day, it simply makes no sense. Something better with a bit of native wit and a bit of flexibility and creativity surely has to be possible. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are so many different aspects in which agriculture, farming and crofting impinge on life in my community. I could talk for a great deal longer, but I suspect that that is true also of so many other honourable and right honourable members, so I will give them the chance to have their voice.
Paul Howell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When thinking of Sedgefield, I'm sure that, due to one of my predecessors in particular, people will have a perception that we're a collection of ex-mining villages and little else. And while I'm constantly inspired by many within my mining villages, Sedgefield is in fact a particularly diverse constituency, covering around 250 square miles, and therefore with many farmers who are operating amazing businesses. I've been delighted to engage with many of them since well before the day I was elected, and as my wife is the daughter of a Yorkshire farmer, I've had an insight into their world for about 40 years now. I do not, however, have the level of insight of the two former Secretaries of State that have already spoken, but the world of our farmers is particularly challenging at the moment, and I'd like to take some time to outline the particular points that are being raised with me by those farmers. When I asked Mark Dent, a farmer who also runs the Darlington Farmers Market based in my constituency, about contributions for today, he said to me, "Paul, I wouldn't know where to start," as I'm sure the member for Darlington also empathises in conversations with the same gentleman. There are so many issues and challenges facing the industry, so I want to get these in front of the Minister. They include access to European markets, costs of inputs, cost of machinery, cheaper imports, interest rates, successive years of challenging weather, topped off with the less of direct payments. That's the way the rant went when I got it at that time. What it's really saying, though, is that with an ageing demographic in the farming population, many are scaling back as it's no longer viable, and the young can't afford to get a start with the cost of everything. Land and rented land being the main stumbling block, as that is now being driven by the new environmental schemes and the historic tax haven for millionaire businessmen who don't farm themselves. We are sleepwalking into a food security problem, is his concern. He applauds the government for their recent efforts, but using farming to meet their net zero targets is not the answer if they want food at a price everyone can afford. You can't have cheap food without support for all the cost challenges farmers are facing. Thinking of throwing a bit of money at environmental schemes, which is more land coming out of food production, will be enough to subsidise necessary food production is a naive thought. Farmers will take the easy and most cost-effective option. When talking to the Hart family from Foxton, their comments were the last thing English farmers want is the Welsh Labour system imposed on them if we lose the election. Taking 20% of land out, 10% for environment, 10% for trees is just totally unrealistic. Plus, the new rules for governing holiday lets make a mockery of diversifying businesses. The whole point of farmers making holiday lets is to supplement income, but if the new laws governing second homes and holiday lets come into force, it could make it unrealistic to carry on. In Wales, farmers cannot afford in many cases to carry on with the holiday lets under the new rules imposed on them, and farmers of all times would prefer to farm land for their income anyway. But because farm incomes are at a historic low, by the time you've paid the bank back, your costs for producing your product and hopefully paying yourself, there's nothing left. This impacts the wider farming world of machinery sales and repairs. If farmers can't afford new investments in machines, we lose skilled mechanics and companies close, lack of sales. It goes down the supply chain. The knock-on effect is far larger than just what stops at the farm gate. We have the risk that a generation of farmers will be lost at the rate the industry is declining. These days, more and more farmers diversify to supplement the family income or are involved with developing and running holiday lets, campsites, farm shops, tea shops, etc. to break even, never mind make a profit. But what the Hearts also say is there is consistently too much red tape. That there are one of their big concerns is cheap foreign imports, getting labelled as British because they've been processed here. This has to be stopped, and we need to be clear what is British and what isn't British food. As a nation, we need to be able to feed ourselves. We need to look carefully at how we use our land, regarding building wind and solar farms in particular. There are so many concerns about the resilience of the farming sector, and we need to ensure our environmental power development is not on good farmland. That was the Hearts. The Lawsons from Bishopton tell me that there are a lot of farmers being tempted to changing productive farmland into nutrient neutrality or biodiversity net gain credits and taking bulk repayments from developers. This land will not then be able to be used for growing food for the next 80 or 30 years respectively. Should we be worried? What's the plan for feeding our population? The reason farmers are doing this is because they can't make the sort of return out of the land by keeping it in agricultural use. Farmers enjoy farming. For a lot of them, this is a necessity to change just to survive. And we should do all we can to deliver sustainable economics to our farmers. Moving on. Stephen Brown from Sedgefield asks me, in view of the increased levy payable to the Agricultural and Horticultural Development Board, will more of the budget be allocated to advertising UK food production rather than R&D? As ever, it's really the need for a reduction in red tape, again from Stephen, a reduction in the duplication of farm assurance schemes and better returns for UK farmers for quality products as opposed to cheaper imports of inferior products. Billy Morn, who farms on my border with the Bishop Auckland constituency, he has cattle, arable, free-range layers, and he's actually the NFU council delegate, said to me, there's a couple of points around DEFRA capacity he'd like to raise. Firstly, it's around capacity for the Animal and Plant Health Agency to manage notifiable disease outbreaks. Avian influenza is still the biggest risk to his business. There are cases of blue tongue in the country that could affect his cattle, and his fellow farmers with pigs are hugely concerned about the risk of African swine flu getting into the country. Is there sufficient contingency planning in place to cope with the large-scale outbreak of one or more of these diseases? Secondly, it's about the resources within DEFRA to roll out the new SFI standards due this summer. Will they be delayed or announced on time? Also, is there enough capacity to process the applications as the number of applications is increasing? Finally, Anna Simpson, who's the NFU County Advisor, said, we need to ensure that all new policies and regulations that impact agricultural and horticultural businesses undergo a food security impact assessment. We also need a seamless transition to new environmental schemes that are open to all farmers and growers. We need to consider that public access to the countryside is to be managed responsibly whilst recognising that much of it is an active working environment. We need to implement the recommendations of the ROC review into agricultural tenancies to support the long-term resilience of a tenant sector, delivering on food production and environmental goals. And we must have a consistent and coordinated response to rural crime across government and police forces. Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, in summary, my farming community are concerned about the burden of red tape. They're concerned about what they see as the abuse of schemes that make it look to the public like they're buying British when in fact it's only processed in the UK. They're concerned about the APHA to support the industry, about full consideration of the unintended consequences of other policies on the farming community, and they're particularly concerned that well-meaning environmental initiatives are impacting on the resilience of farming, and they're absolutely terrified that the Welsh model could come to England. Madam Deputy Speaker, to conclude, food security, like many other areas of UK resilience, has been brought into sharp focus by the COVID pandemic and the war in Ukraine. It's critical we do all we can to support our farmers in delivering UK resilience. There is no one more interested or engaged in the land than our farmers, and we must trust them to look after it.
Keir.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to speak in this much-needed debate on farming, especially as I'm the proud representative of what I believe to be the most rural Labour constituency in the country, although my honourable friend, the member for Mid-Bedfordshire, has spent the last hour hotly disputing that claim. It is crucial that my local farming communities know that I hear their concerns and priorities and that I am fighting for them in this House. Because despite of the claims of the party opposite to be the voice of rural communities, the reality is that many farmers are feeling shortchanged by this Conservative government and, like the rest of the country, are desperate for change. Now, the Prime Minister said a few weeks ago that farmers don't do it for the money. They do it for the love, conjuring an image of a nostalgic artisanal age rather than the reality that we should be proud of, a serious, powerful, £14 billion industry that is vital to our national health, our national security and our national heritage. Farmers do love what they do, but farms cannot run on love alone. And since 2017, over 6,000 agricultural businesses have paid the price and collapsed due to Tory failure to provide the support that they deserve. A farmer in Britain today endures insufficient flooding support, uncompetitive prices, botched trade deals and labour supply challenges, and as consolation they are left with the bitter encouragement not to worry because the Prime Minister knows that they love what they do. It is not good enough, it has never been good enough, and it is a desperate legacy of 14 years of Conservative government. We need to turn the page in this country and provide a real offer for farming communities. Now, in his speech 2 weeks ago, the Prime Minister did say one thing that I think rang true. And there is certainly a first time for everything in regard to that. He said one reason farmers do what they do is that they feel a responsibility. But I don't think he quite realises how deeply that responsibility is felt by farmers in my constituency. Now, I mentioned in a previous debate in Westminster Hall, and I will continue to mention it until I'm blue in the face, that farmers in my constituency who live between Wistow, Cawood and Kelfield work every day to hold back hundreds of acres of floodwater on their land, year on year, to stop it reaching people's doorsteps in Selby. They are losing hundreds of thousands of pounds. Their crops are being drowned on what is prime arable land, and they receive zero compensation for doing so. In one case, a farmer has found that not only is he holding back floodwater on hundreds of acres, but that the Environment Agency is in fact pumping more floodwater onto his fields from their floodwater infrastructure that has reached dangerous levels of capacity. And he asked me, what should he do? Continue to have his livelihood ruined, or let the water reach those houses and ruin people's homes? If someone could tell me in what universe this is a logical way for flood management to be carried out in this country in 2024, piling responsibility onto farmers whose sector is facing a mental health crisis, then I would be eager to hear their answer. In such grave circumstances, farmers in my constituency deserve clarity. And I would welcome the Minister to provide an update on how discussions are progressing with the RPA on the Farming Recovery Fund, and to what extent Farming Recovery Fund eligibility will go beyond that provided in the Flood Recovery Framework. Because I cannot begin to express how unacceptable it would be for Yorkshire farmers to be excluded from the help that they so urgently need after enduring such a hard winter and having protected communities like mine in Selby from flooding for so long. However, with all this considered, it remains the case that longer-term support for those farmers storing floodwater is needed. Support which goes beyond what the FRF can provide and which recognises the inherent public good that farmers do in protecting homes from risk. As with so many of the crises this government has presided over, we are left with a very similar challenge: to take immediate action to counteract the freefall that they have created, whilst also producing long-term change that is so desperately needed to provide a longer-term future for the farming industry. Some of these things could be done in the very near future. The Prime Minister said he would implement an annual statutory food security index when parliamentary time allows. Now, I don't wish to be rude, but this government is not presiding over an era of unflagging legislative vigour. If it cares about the nation's food security, it should get on with it and legislate for it now. Or if they are not up to the job, we have a Labour Party committed to doing right by farmers. We on these benches will happily step up and take the action that we need. A Labour government would pursue a new veterinary agreement with the EU, back the NFU's Buy British campaign to source 50% of food in the public sector from British farmers, simplify the ELM scheme so that more farmers can enjoy economic and environmental benefits, and encourage DEFRA to meet its own departmental spending ambitions in a way that provides value for money to the British taxpayer. And most important for my local area, a Labour government would be committed to creating a flood resilience task force to stop the buck passing between the government, the EA, the IDB and water companies, to ensure that farmers know that when bad weather strikes, there is a joined-up plan to have their backs that a Labour government will stand foursquare behind. Farmers in my constituency need to know that they won't just be admired for their work by this government. Instead, they will be remunerated fairly for what they do and given the support, tools and respect they need, not just to survive, but to thrive. And I look forward to fighting alongside the farmers of Selby and Ainsty to achieve this every single step of the way. Thank you.
Greg Smith.
Thank you. Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, although I think I'll stay out of the minor internal argument between him and the honourable gentleman for Mid-Bedfordshire as to who is more rural. But before I begin my remarks, Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst I have no technical interest to declare, I once more remind the House that members of my family are farmers and that I also have the privilege of chairing the all-party parliamentary group for farming in this place. Let us be clear from the outset that our farmers are the very best in the world, producing the very best food it is possible to produce. And that is important across my constituency, which enjoys an agricultural economy. Putting it in sharp focus, 90% of the land of my constituency is indeed agricultural land. Now, I very much welcomed the speech by my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, at the National Farmers Union conference last month. But first, as an aside, and it has been mentioned earlier in the debate, very much welcome the new team at the National Farmers Union, Tom Bradshaw, David Exwood, Rachel Hallos, in particular, actually, David Exwood, who was so helpful and supportive of me as I was piloting my private member's bill, now Act, on preventing the theft of agricultural equipment through Parliament last year. And of course, salute and pay tribute to the many, many years of excellent service to the British farming community of Minette Batters as she steps down from her role. It is absolutely vital that we back our farmers and must maintain, as others have said in this debate, food production as the primary focus. And actually, I thought the comment to add a little bit more cross-party consensus into the debate from the right honourable gentleman from Orkney and Shetland, that actually, in the example he gave, the production of milk, but actually the production of food and drink, full stop, is a public good. And we should see it as a public good. If we didn't have food and drink, we all know what would happen. Of the announcements we've had, doubling the management payment for SFI to up to £2,000, extending it to new countryside stewardship mid-tier agreements, those are both extremely welcome announcements. Likewise, the biggest ever package of grants totalling £220 million, the productivity and innovation scheme supporting things like robotics, plus a new round of the Farming Equipment and Technology Fund is all good news. Indeed, I have seen the value of such funding streams in my own constituency, such as the Park government-funded 300-cow Addingrove dairy between Longcrendon and Oakley, the most incredible custom-built, future-proofed robotic dairy with its own pasteurisation room and indeed vending machine, and that vending machine does milkshakes as well, something that my children have discovered to the cost of my wallet, although it is delicious Buckinghamshire milk. That dairy will ensure a bright future for farming on that land for many decades to come. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is not all about robotics and grand innovation, important as that is. We must also get the basics right. We must ensure all farmers are able to access the support they need to do the thing that they most want to do and that the nation needs them to do to produce food. And that challenge comes in a number of different forms. But critically, it comes with the public's support. Recent polling shows 94% say it's important the government backs British farming and food production, with 81% preferring British food to imported food. Why that figure isn't 100%, I don't know, but it is a very high statistic. The first step in getting the transition from the Common Agricultural Policy to SFI and ELMS right is the physical process. Too many farmers that I speak to have not yet even attempted an SFI application. Some don't believe it will be worth it for them. Some are just waiting to see. Others just want to get on with farming, not the endless paperwork. So I do look to my honourable friend, the Minister, when he winds up this debate, to update the House on the overall uptake of SFI applications and, more importantly, what steps are being taken to make that process easier. And as a pre-warning, I will be sitting in on an SFI application in the coming weeks, so I can assure him I will be ready with some feedback of my own. The second point is that we need a clear goal of what we are trying to achieve on food security domestically. The new UK-wide food security index is extremely positive, but that does need to come with a realistic and higher target than that which we have now. An achievable, something to aim for that shifts the dial upwards of the current 60% figure. Only then can we have a sensible cross-government conversation about the value we place on food production as part of the many competing demands on land. Because I guarantee, Mr. Deputy Speaker, one way to achieve the absolute opposite of increased self-sufficiency is giving over vast swathes of agricultural land to ground-mounted solar installations, battery storage, and other large-scale development. I preface that by saying I entirely support moves to make it easier in the planning system to develop old barns or other redundant farm buildings to something more useful, or perhaps build a second farmhouse or a farm shop or a restaurant. Likewise, barn-top solar on roofs where solar should be. But the thousands of acres in total of farmland being actively built out for solar or proposed for solar or battery storage in my constituency alone is depressing and wrong. The latest 2,100-acre abomination in the Claydons, known as Rosefield, would dwarf the geographic size of the town of Buckingham itself and devastate the landscape forever. And for what? 2,000 acres to power approximately 50,000 homes on current usage, when a small modular reactor needs just 2 football pitches and will power 1 million homes. Solar is not a good use of agricultural land. And to those who try to say protections exist for the best land, that is just not the reality I see in practice. I'm seeing land taken for this purpose, which is deemed 3B, even though it is often land that, for example, will produce a 10-tonne a hectare wheat harvest. Furthermore, the system is far too often gamed by the developers, taking land tests from the headland, which will obviously produce a lower grading after testing. For food security, for the beauty of our countryside, for real science, the government needs to end this ground-mounted solar nonsense for good and now. And that neatly leads me on, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to the impact infrastructure projects have on our farmers. My constituency suffers from the horrors of 19 miles of HS2 construction. I've spoken many times in this chamber before about this impact. But in the interests of this debate, it is vital that DEFRA steps up and plays its part in protecting farmers from this state-sponsored infrastructure project. HS2 Limited and their contractors have no idea what they are doing when it comes to agriculture, yet their actions have such a huge impact on farming. From robbing farmers of their topsoil, causing flooding to neighbouring fields in crop, cutting farms in two, making it impossible to move large equipment or animals, failing to properly compensate for taken land, or loss of profitability. Take cattle loss, which has blighted numerous farms as a result of poor soil treatment and management by HS2's contractors, which are often operating right next door. One farmer has quoted a total loss of over £37,000 as a direct result of HS2's shoddy practices. How is that morally justifiable for this project? How can a hard-working farming family be left with such heavy losses? Then there is blackleg, a disease in cattle that is caused by a bacteria released from disturbed soil. I'm aware of at least one case that the farmer has attributed to HS2's malpractice in my constituency. It is noteworthy that farmers in this area have never seen a blackleg case before, and no prizes for guessing how much compensation has been offered. For the avoidance of all doubt, absolutely zero. We need all parts of government to wake up to the devastating impact these projects have on real people, real farmers, real businesses, and put proper processes in to support and compensate. And I gently urge the Minister that DEFRA must play its part in that. Likewise, the land take from state projects more widely must stop, not least in my constituency, the Ministry of Justice's determination to compulsory purchase a farm adjacent to HMP Springhill and HMP Grendon to build yet another mega prison, universally opposed by me and all the local communities that surround it. DEFRA once more must get more involved in stopping this nonsense that will take away farms and further hit our food security. Moving on, earlier I referenced rural crime. My own private member's bill, now an Act on Preventing Agricultural Equipment Theft, I am assured by police will make a difference. But farmers are suffering on a daily basis from thefts and other rural crimes. And I really urge DEFRA to do more to work with the Home Office and our police forces to combat this. My own local force, Thames Valley, is leading the way. Their Rural Crime Task Force doing heroic work every single day of the week, and our Police and Crime Commissioner Matthew Barber has ensured that they have the resources to double the number of officers in that team in the 24-25 financial year. But more needs to be done. Mr Deputy Speaker, I have probably spoken too long, and there is many, many more subjects that I could cover, from trade deals to flooding to water quality, to the excellent points that I entirely endorse that my right honourable friend for North Herefordshire made about the need to keep the badger culls in order to prevent further outbreaks of bovine TB, from mental health to the RPA. There is so much more and so many more points I could raise. But I conclude with saying that we really must get all the points that I have mentioned right, but we must also be positive about a future for British agriculture. We must celebrate our farmers as the very best in the world, the custodians of our countryside, who maintain its beauty, but most of all are the producers of what we all love to eat.
Tim Farron. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to follow the honourable gentleman, the member for Buckingham, who makes a series of very good points about his own constituency and indeed about agriculture in general. It is my great privilege to represent around 1,100 farms across Westmoreland and the rest of my very beautiful constituency in the Lakes and the Dales. And I think when I talk to them, it is very clear that they feel a sense of deep anger at the situation that they currently face. They are, and I want to pay tribute to them, those who provide our food, the custodians of our countryside, protecting our towns and villages from flooding, maintaining the backdrop to an outstanding and world-class tourism economy worth £3.5 billion a year. And I mean, many of us will acknowledge, I'll say this now, that my views on how wise it was for the United Kingdom to leave the European Union are a matter of record. Having said that, leaving the common agricultural policy strikes me as being one of those rare things of potential Brexit benefit, a silver lining to a deep dark cloud, and yet the government managed to botch that. And I think the great fear that I have is, as we look at the Environmental Land Management Scheme, which I think pretty much everybody in this House got behind in terms of its general principles, public money for public goods, the government has failed in the delivery of it for two very obvious reasons. One is the accidental nature of the transition and the things they've predictably got wrong, and then some things which are part of the design of the schemes themselves. On the accidental part of it all, the government promised for England to ring-fence £2.4 billion for agriculture, and they haven't spent it. Over the last 2 years, they've underspent by £270 million, and it's not, you don't need to be a mathematical genius to work out how that has come about. If you predictably, every year, take away big chunks of basic payments, now 500 million gone out of farmers' pockets, and then you in a haphazard manner introduce the things that replace it to just over £200 million, then of course you leave people with less money, you take money out of agriculture. We've heard about the difficulties of people getting into SFI. So 100% of those who have BPS will have lost half of it by the end of this year. And though at the same time only 1 in 8 people, 1 in 8 farmers are in SFI. This is all totally predictable, and yet the government apparently did not foresee it. And if you do, I mean, the various people have talked about the iterative process of bringing in the SFI scheme. And of course, yes, people are going to, therefore are going to develop new schemes and improvements along the way. But because that's happening, so many farmers are holding back and not applying because they think something good might come around the corner. Meanwhile, they're losing their basic payment and getting more and more desperate. And the consequences are really, really awful. One consequence is that many farmers I speak to, including some last week, are making the decision, against their better judgment, just to massively increase their livestock numbers. I spoke to one farmer who was more than trebling their livestock in their Lakeland farm, just because they thought it was the only way they could manage to pay the rent, the only way they could manage to keep their heads above water, even though they know that very act will undo the good work that them and their family have done for 20 or 30 years beforehand. It is heartbreaking and counterproductive to our aims to increase and improve nature as a consequence of these plans. The other consequence, though, is even more awful, and that is farmers face complete and total ruin. People who have farmed their farm for generations, maybe the 5th, 6th, 7th generation to have farmed it, now looking down the barrel of a gun, realising that they could be the one who loses that farm. Many people have talked about the great threat of mental health crises facing farmers. I tell you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've never seen anything as frightening as what is facing farmers at the moment when they see that not just the loss of their business, their loss of their income, but that great sense of shame that they're the one who will lose the family farm, that it is no fault of theirs, it is the fault of this botched transition. What does it mean for upland livestock farmers? A 41% decrease in income over the last 4 years, just during this Parliament. These were people who were poor to start off with, working at below the average minimum wage, rather the living wage to start off with, and now are earning even less. And we've heard scathing remarks about the Welsh Labour government, I'm sure justified and all the rest of it. I'm told it is merely a consultation, but all the same, what the members opposite are accusing the Welsh Labour government of doing top down, they've already done bottom up in England. They have already done exactly the same thing, taking land out of food production and impoverishing farmers. So this will push farmers out of farming, and the consequence is that it will reduce the number of hands available in the countryside to deliver environmental goods. You can have the best environmental policies on the planet. They will achieve the square root of zero if there's nobody there to actually deliver them. Take farmers off the land, you've got nobody to introduce and implement your green policies. But of course, maybe the most obvious thing that reducing the number of farmers will do is it will reduce our ability to feed ourselves. It seems an absolute nonsense. We have a range of public goods and none of them seems to include providing food for the people of Britain. It is utter madness. At a time we've got war in Eastern Europe, trade routes being disrupted in the Red Sea, when we have climate change rendering land around the world unfarmable, to be taking land out of active food production and reducing our ability to feed ourselves. It also is environmentally counterproductive because we'll still eat, I assume, and what will we do? We'll import more food from overseas, and that in itself is damaging to the climate because of the food miles involved in getting the food here. But also, where will that food come from? We don't rear cattle in the United Kingdom. Where will we do it? Well, we'll rear it on what was on pasture land that used to be rainforests in South America, for pity's sake. So Britain feeding itself is important for the environment locally and globally. But there's also a major moral reason why Britain should feed itself. It's simply that we are, relatively speaking, a wealthy country. We will probably, war and disruption aside, be able to feed ourselves. And where will we go to feed ourselves? We will raid and put pressure on the commodity markets that are where the poorest countries in the world also go for their food. We will impoverish and take food out of the mouths of some of the poorest people in the world. So to feed ourselves is not just intelligent and about security, it's not just environmentally sensible, but there's also a very, very, very strong moral imperative as to why we should do it. And we've had reference to the trade deals, and the reality is that the United Kingdom, yes, we have the best farmers in the world, but the reason why we have the best farmers in the world is because of the model of the family farm, the culture that underpins the way we farm in this country. And that means high standards, and if you trade away those standards, not only is that wrong because we undermine the importance of animal welfare and environmental standards, we throw our farmers under a bus, which is what this government did over the New Zealand and Australia trade deals. And I'm not saying the front bench maybe thinks this at the moment, but there are many within the Conservative Party, many including a former Prime Minister, who takes the view that it's far better for us to just be buccaneers on the international trade market, and by free market we'll feed ourselves by cheap imports. We don't really need to grow our own here. Fairness is absolutely vital to food security on trade deals. The grocery code adjudicator is a wonderful potential referee, but it needs cards, particularly red ones. It needs the ability to investigate all parts of the supply chain, not just the retailers. It needs the freedom to be able to take referrals from the likes of us, members of Parliament, the NFU and others, and not just rely on a farmer dobbing in the person he or she sells his produce to. That's not going to happen very often, is it? So the GCA should be given more powers and more reach, and be able to take referrals from anyone. We need to make sure, people talked about grants. One of the things the government is doing as part of ELMS is grant support for farmers. Very good. However, for many, many farmers, you have to be able to have the money in the bank in the first place to prove that you could fund the other part of the project, the infrastructure project you may be funding and bidding for grant support for. And so it means that for many farmers, you have to be wealthy in order to bid for a grant in the first place. That is not acceptable. But I want to turn now to a few remarks before I shut up about tenants, because fairness in the food chain, in farming in particular, has to focus. We need to be very, very clear about the deep unfairness that is going on in our land around the country, particularly when it comes to the design of the government's landscape recovery programme. I was up Kentmere on Thursday morning with farmers who are in a landscape recovery project, doing really good work, by the way. Woodland pasture, keeping a flock on the fells, really, really good. An example of how this can be done well. However, that farmer said to me, and other farmers too, is that they are a rare example of it working well, because the problem is there are not enough people working in Natural England to help farmers into those schemes, either into the higher tier scheme or into landscape recovery. And so as a result, only those large farmers, those with the resources to do so, and enough time on their hands to be able to get into the schemes, are doing so. Smaller farmers, owner-occupiers and tenants are not getting into those schemes, and the environment is suffering as a result, and farmers are suffering because of the lack of an income, as they lose their basic payment with nothing really to replace it as a consequence. And I am deeply concerned about the impact on tenants of what is going out there in reality. I was in Kirby Stephen, or just outside Kirby Stephen, on Friday morning, the day after, talking to a group of farmers, most of them tenants, and what they report to me and what I've heard from other sources is deeply chilling. The riding roughshod of landlords over tenants, using landscape recovery as a means to do that, is utterly appalling. We're seeing tenants evicted. We're seeing tenants being pushed to give up AHA tenancies. We're seeing large landowners putting pressure on smaller landowners to evict their tenants too, so they can form part of a wider landscape recovery system. We have the Rock Review. Baroness Rock put together an excellent report, an excellent review, 70 recommendations, and the government has not enacted them. I'm seeing tenants in our communities in Cumbria forced off the land. We're referring to it quite justly, I'm afraid now, as a lakeland clearances, all because of the way the government has designed this scheme and is allowing it to take place. And we desperately need the recommendations of the Rock Review to be in place now. I'd ask the government to pay, and the Minister in particular, to pay particular attention to this outrage. We have government money, public money, landscape recovery money going into the hands of wealthy owners, including city financial institutions, and there's no doubt whatsoever, farmers tell me up and down Cumbria, that what we're seeing is less and less money going into the hands of fewer but wealthier farmers, all because the government will not ensure something which we're allowed to do now that we're not in the EU, all because the government will not ensure that the farm budget should go to active farmers. So Natural England need more resource, but they also need to learn from their actions and the mistakes they made over the Dartmoor debacle, because many farmers facing rollover of higher tier schemes are being held to ransom by Natural England, being told that they have to reduce, 25% or more of their stocking numbers, despite the fact there's no evidence as to what good this will perhaps do to the environment, no evidence being put out there at all. And in our communities, in the Lake District, Mr Deputy Speaker, we were awarded World Heritage Site status just a few years ago. And if you read the report that UNESCO presented when we got that status, they gave as much credit to the farmers as they did to the glaciers. And that we have seen Liverpool lose their World Heritage Site status the other year, a reminder that it can happen. And by Natural England pushing farmers on rollover, not new schemes, on rollover of existing schemes to reduce their stocking numbers on the basis of no evidence whatsoever, we are putting our World Heritage Site status at risk due to this massive overreach. So I believe the government has fallen, in conclusion, for that nonsense that there is a divide between food production and environmental protection. No such thing. Farmers are the custodians of our environment, and they are those who feed us. The greenest thing this government could do is to keep farmers farming so they can deliver those environmental schemes, and the most intelligent thing this government could do is to set a real target for how much food we will produce in this country, up from 60% to at least 70%, to make sure that it does what its first principle must be, and that is to make sure every single home in this country has enough food to eat. Thank you.
Richard Drax. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow Honourable Member. I don't often agree with him, but on farming, I'm pretty much on board with him. Can I too pay tribute to Minette Batters, who's done a wonderful job as the President of the NFU, and good luck to Tom Bradshaw, who's taking over. Yeah. And pay tribute to the NFU as an organisation with which I work extremely closely. When I first got this job back in 2010, in fact even before that, I set up a farm quarterly meeting for Dorset farmers, or started as South Dorset farmers. In those days, there were about 2 or 3 attended. May I speak before I refer myself to the register of interest? Get that sorted. When this meeting started, there were 2 or 3 farmers, and then it's now gone to about 50 or 60 who meet, as I say, every quarter to discuss all the farming issues. And I'm very grateful to several ministers who've come down to talk to them personally at my request. What's rather alarming is that the issues they raised back in 2008, 9, 10, in many cases are still relevant today. And when I ask them, have things improved, the answer on the whole is no. They are amazed, as am I, that food security is now something that we all talk about. It hasn't been talked about for an awful long time. I think honourable members already noted that point, that food security has been ignored for far too long. And now we have another war in Europe and the world in a terrible state. Food security, not least for these islands, has now become a prominent issue, as it should be. What my farmers say is that we left the EU to reduce the red tape and to get out of the Common Agricultural Policy, which is an extremely good thing that we did. What they're asking for now is common sense, not targets, not over-environmentally sort of eco-zealots, forcing issues onto farmers that turn them from farmers into growing wildflowers. There's a place for wildflowers. Why does this country of ours look so beautiful? Why do so many millions of people come to this country, go to Scotland, Ireland, Dorset? Why? Because the countryside is absolutely stunning. Now, in most cases, who's done that? It is the farmer. And I'm tired, and they are too, of being attacked left, right and centre for doing all the things that are claimed they are doing, when in many cases they are not. There's a few issues I just want to touch on from my farming group. The first is the Poole Harbour catchment area. Now, the Minister is listening intently, and I'm very glad that he is. And I hope he's aware of this issue we have at Poole Harbour. And I know that my honourable friend, the PPS sitting behind from West Dorset, is very actively involved in trying to get this through to government. We have an issue. None of us have an issue with nitrate leaching into Poole Harbour. We quite understand that is a problem. Where we have an issue is that the tool that the Environment Agency has used to measure it has now been changed. Because after they did the first test, to everyone's delight, the test was way below the level they thought it would be. So what have they done? They've moved the goalposts. Absolutely no consultation with the farmers whatsoever. Now, they don't have much faith in the Environment Agency, and they now have even less faith in this organisation. And I touched with the Shadow Minister on these quangos. I remember Lord Cameron, as he is now, said back in 2010, we're going to have a bonfire of the quangos. There is a place for organisations such as this. But right now, they have become extremely powerful. Extremely powerful. And they are implementing policy that doesn't ring true with the direction of travel that the government wants to go. And Natural England and the Environment Agency are now doing things which, if I'm hearing the front bank correctly, I cannot believe they agree with. So, we have no issue with this trying to produce nitrates into Poole Harbour. But, for example, there is no way, as we understand it, we had the water company to come and talk to us, there's no way they can actually gauge the volume of sewage going into the rivers. We know it's happening, but the actual volume is almost impossible to gauge. Tenant farmers has been mentioned, and I would entirely concur with the honourable member from the Liberal Democrat Party that some tenants are feeling extremely vulnerable. We are hearing stories of land being taken back in hand to take advantage of environmental schemes, and likewise, in some cases, rents being increased significantly. Likewise, others are experiencing problems with land agents employed by landlords. Again, the Rock Review has been mentioned, and I would urge the government to look at this and to enact the many excellent recommendations that were made in it. My next topic is slightly off farming, but it's to do with it, and that's the reintroduction of beavers. There has been a report of a beaver being released illegally in my honourable friend's constituency in West Dorset. Now, this is causing concern because beavers, and I believe it's been experimented in Scotland to quite a large degree, in large rivers, where I suppose if you're going to rewild, there is some sense for an animal like this to be put into a large river. There is no sense, in our view, in reintroducing beavers into small chalk streams or any other form of stream in Dorset. Beavers dam rivers. They would then be protected, no doubt, by every organisation that will want it protected. Farmland then floods. Beavers don't hang around and say, this is my home. As has been proved in Scotland, they breed and move elsewhere and do the same in other rivers. And as I understand it, in Scotland, they've had to be culled because they've broken out of the area that was initially given to them. Can the government please look at not only the illegal releasing of beavers into rivers, if indeed this is the case, and that hasn't been proven as yet, but certainly to the legal release, and this emphasis on rewilding, which while we all want to see wild animals, there is a proper place and location for each of the various species. Next is the move from the stewardship schemes to the SFIs, the Sustainable Farming Incentives, and yes, we've heard about this from many honourable members tonight. This is something that has been promised by DEFRA, but as yet, we have yet to see a clear mechanism or process as to how it will work. This is something that we receive questions on every single week. And as we've also heard from several members on all sides of the House, that farmers are there to produce food. Yes, to look after the environment as well, of course they are, but not to the detriment of food production, particularly as we know food, or the production of food, is so important right now. Mental health has been touched on. Now, mental health in Dorset, the Farming Community Network is reporting an ever-increasing number of farmers suffering from mental health. I have to say that the Poole Harbour catchment area that I've referred to is not exactly helping their mental health. And I also have to say that it's not all the government's fault, this. I'm not necessarily banging on the government's door. There are world events over which the government has no control, putting pressures on food production as well. I certainly understand. I'm sure everybody in this House does. But mental health is a problem in the farming community. And a lot of it is because of the rules and the regulations and all the things that are imposed on them, and all they want to do is to produce food and look after the countryside. Lastly, TB. Again, this has been touched, tuberculosis. This is a major problem in the southwest, in particular, of course, affecting, in particular, the dairy industry. Culling has proved to work. And can I suggest that rather than talking about stopping culling on badgers and to introduce some other form, that all wild animals have to be culled? Because if they don't, their health deteriorates. They don't have any predators in today's world. Foxes, deer, badgers. We don't want to wipe them out. We just simply want them controlled. It's just pure common sense. And I finally would ask the Minister if he can just confirm that, as I understand it, the opposition party, were they to win the election, God forbid, are saying they are going to stop the badger cull. I'd be interested to know if that is true, and perhaps the Shadow Minister can tell this side of the House whether that is true. So finally, the British farmer is, I think, without doubt, the best in the world. And I would ask the government to continue to really do the best they can, and to ensure that the rules and regulations are sensible, and above all, that common sense prevails.
Alistair Stratton.
Thank you. Now, having grown up in the countryside, I've got great memories of spending my childhood on my friend's family farm, mucking about on tractors and taking in really all that our great countryside has to offer. And while I'm not sure his parents have quite such fond memories of what he got up to on the farm back in the day, it's been a real pleasure for me to see him step up and take over the reins of so much of that work and grow that farm from strength to strength. And it's a real privilege for me now to be able to stand here as our MP, representing so many of Bedfordshire's fantastic farmers. The sad reality is, speaking to many of them, so many of them really need representation in this place at the moment. Visiting farms like that at Whitbread Estates, seeing the fantastic work they're doing on regenerative farming, was a real eye-opener for me. But it was deeply frustrating to see and hear from them the challenges they've had accessing the SFI scheme. And indeed to hear that only 12 farms across all of my constituency currently are within the scheme, with 20 more having started but failed to complete applications weighed down by its bureaucracy. And that's those who could apply to begin with many more unable to even start applications after the RPA bundled remaps of their estate and they're bogged down in negotiations to finally get boundaries agreed so they can start the process of accessing vital funding to support vital work. It was a pleasure too to visit Clifton-Brown farms and see their world-famous shallot fields, but also quite painful to hear the challenges that industry is facing given the increasingly tight margins, and also the risk posed to the beloved access walks around Clifton-Brown farms used by people right across my community through COVID and now beyond, through the end of recent access payments. Local parish councils have stepped up, but without a long-term accessible scheme to support access to our brilliant countryside, walks like those may struggle to remain viable for the landowners going forward. It was a pleasure too to speak to Browns of Stagdon and see the fantastic livestock farming they're doing, and also take great joy in purchasing my fair share, it'd be fair to say, of some fantastic goods from one of the best farm shops you could hope to see. But it's clear too, speaking to them, that from whether it's high energy costs or the lack of action on rural crime, they're facing real pressures on their business that are only continuing to grow. And the sad truth is, Mr Deputy Speaker, that these stories aren't alone. These issues are facing farmers and farming communities right across my constituency. Whether it's the real increase they've seen in their energy bills post-Ukraine, after this government failed to deliver homegrown energy and they were left exposed to the volatile world energy markets. Whether it's the challenge to really get on top of rural crime that's led so many of my farmers now to depend on private security firms for action and follow-up. A sad reality of a new overhead that's been added to their business at a time they can barely afford it. And the brutal reality of a broken funding model for farming, when just 1p of the profit associated with much of their produce is making it back to the fantastic farmers who produced it and looked after our brilliant countryside in the process. Mr Deputy Speaker, our farmers, my farmers, deserve better than this. And our farmers deserve action. Speaking to my farmers, they're desperate to see a clear government commitment to genuinely sustainable domestic food production, delivering not only for the environment, but for all land tenures and all farm business models. They know firsthand how important cooperation with the councils is to reverse the decline we've seen in council farms and make sure that there's accessible routes into farming for young people right across our communities. And most of all, they're keen to see a renewed commitment from a government that's finally going to put farming and farming communities back at the heart of their vision for our economy and for our country. And I'm incredibly proud, Mr Deputy Speaker, to be here as a Labour MP, as part of a Labour Party that's committed to doing just that. To be part of a Labour Party that's committed to finally making use of our great public procurement strength in this country and make sure that 50% of our publicly spent money on food is going to British farmers and supporting British farming communities. To support a Labour Party policy that's going to finally get us domestic energy security control, to protect our farming communities from some of the volatility in energy prices they've had to endure over recent years. To support a Labour Party that's going to simplify the LM scheme and make sure we're cutting through the red tape that's holding back my farmers and stopping them sometimes from accessing vital funding for some of the vital work they do. These measures are good measures. They're Labour Party measures, but they needn't need to be just that. I know, if rumours are to be believed from the press, the government's had a bit of a penchant for pinching Labour Party policies recently. And I'd urge them, keep going. There are fantastic steps that our front bench have outlined today that would be vital in supporting our farming communities right now. Let's not wait for a general election to finally deliver some of the changes my farmers are crying out for. Let's bring forward measures in the last dying embers of this Parliament. But if not, I look forward, Mr Deputy Speaker, to campaigning with Labour Party colleagues right across the country to finally deliver a national government in the interest of the British farming community and deliver that decade of national renewal that our national farming community desperately needs to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to be able to speak for the backbenchers in this farming debate and to welcome the Secretary of State. I haven't seen him in this role, and the great Minister, the Honourable Member for Keighley. And as someone from a farming family, it's very nice to know that we're in such strong hands. And to hear, I have to say today, such cross-party support for this key industry. And I think the sector will be grateful to know how strongly it is represented across this whole House. Mr Deputy Speaker, I don't have any particular interest to declare, except that I come from a farming family. I narrowly escaped a career in farm management back in the day. I worked for Greens of Soham. I used to be a director of Elsom Seeds. I worked for the National Farmers Union back in the day when there was a thing called the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food. And I used to chair the APPG on agricultural science and technology. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank Minette Batters for her extraordinary leadership of an organisation that is not given at times to agility and to clarity. And she has brought a clarity to that sector. And I wish Tom Bradshaw, her successor, all the very best. Mr Deputy Speaker, for the record, I think the House knows I was not a great believer that the Brexit referendum would be immediately and easily implementable, that it would cause some difficulties and problems. But the one thing I was very excited about was the opportunity to replace the appalling common agricultural policy with all the mess and the bureaucracy and the chaos with a British, a UK farm and agriculture support framework. And that remains, I think, a very exciting opportunity, a framework that would give this great industry, for that's what it is, a great industry, the security, the long-term framework that history shows when we give it to farmers, they give us back exactly what it is that we want, a long-term secure policy with enough support and flexibility for the marginal hill farmers to protect the uplands and the beautiful countryside that we love, for the small family holdings whose economic marginality requires diversification and all of those other activities that we want to support them with. And in my part of the world, in East Anglia, global, world-class, competitive agriculture that can lead the way in growing the food the world needs. And it is a huge opportunity. And I just observed that in my 14 years in this House, agriculture has gone from being an industry that felt as if it wasn't properly recognised as an industry and was becoming to be seen by government as an activity of park keeping, to post-pandemic and post-Ukraine, a hugely important strategic sector, key to food security, and an opportunity for us globally. We need, Mr Deputy Speaker, to double world food production by 2050. on the same land area with half as much water and energy. That is a global grand challenge, and this country is a powerhouse in the science, research and technology and agriculture to help make that possible. And the opportunity is that we set out a framework that unlocks the genius of our agricultural sector to show the world how you do it. And if we get that right, we'll also invigorate the rural economy. But of course, Brexit was 8 years ago, and I do pay tribute to the government's various commitments, the 2.4 billion ring-fence commitment, the Sustainable Farming Incentive, the Countryside Stewardship, the Food Innovation Programme, the Food Strategy, the Animal Health and Welfare Pathway, ELMS, and the PM's commitment at the recent NFU conference. But the real key to this is that the farming community can feel, see, experience that long-term level of clear, sustainable support. And I want to highlight one or two things that the farmers of Mid-Norfolk have highlighted to me that we have really still got to get right. Firstly, the importance of a really reliable long-term policy framework. Yes, for the commercial sector, but also the environmental framework, for skills and for innovation. This sector, post-war, knew that for 40 years they knew what we wanted them to do. They now need to know similarly that we know what we want them to do and we won't change our mind every 5 years, 3 years or 2 years. Secondly, recognition of agriculture as a strategic industry, key to our balance of payments, key to food security, key to our ability to connect to those huge global markets. And the public support figures show that the public now are with us. They weren't 20, 30 years ago. They didn't think of this as a great industry that they wanted to support. They do now. Thirdly, that we think about and understand that farmers are, first and foremost, mainly small businesses. And they're not sophisticated. Generally, they're not people with degrees or MBAs in business management. They're people who love what they do. And we need to understand and give them a framework that works for them as small businesses. And I would just make this point. It's a very unusual business that invests most of its costs up front in the hopeful pursuit of some revenues and profits downstream. Not many businesses do that. And we need to understand that reality. And that's partly why they need such security going forward. A number of colleagues have talked about food security. And I just make the point that it isn't the case that we are destined only to grow here the root crops and the potatoes and the traditional crops, and we have to import the salad crops. Vertical farming, incredible innovations in vertical farming mean that we are now able to produce salad crops here in this country. I've visited vertical farms. We have a great one in Norfolk at Fisher Farms on a fraction of the land area with a fraction of the energy and the chemicals that traditional farming has used. There is no reason why that food security target couldn't be a lot higher. And I would just make the point that, of course, we all want to see environmental agriculture, and I pay tribute to Kevin Bowes and the Brecon farmers, to the Upper Wensum Farmers Group, to the farmers at Wendling Beck. Actually, it's farmers in Mid-Norfolk who are really shaping best practice in terms of agri-environment schemes. But when I recently went to visit a flagship project with Natural England, 20, 30 people who all come up from London, bought their wellies at the garage, Tony Juniper preaching rewilding, and I went to look at some land that as a farmer's boy I would think you could probably get 2 hectares an acre out of, and the finest minds in the land were trying to work out how we get nothing out of it at a time when we really need food production. And I am worried that the E in DEFRA sometimes triumphs over the F and the R and the A, and that we need to make sure that food is right back at the heart of that department, something I know this Secretary of State and the Minister are committed to. And I make the point about the environment because we all know that agriculture traditionally has been a very high-emitting industry, and we need to show the world how you move to a low-emission agricultural sector, and we are well positioned to do it, not least in the agricultural genetics and the breeding science at the Norwich Research Park, where we're pioneering drought-resistant crops that don't need highly carbon-intensive chemicals, and disease-resistant crops and drought-resistant crops for the rest of the world. And I do worry that in our chase for net zero, we make sure that the left hand and the right hand are coordinated. We're not doing anything for net zero if we're disrupting farming in East Anglia with endless solar farms and cables and pylons and disruption.
On that point,
I'll happily give way.
There's a simple thing the department can do, which I've asked them to do again and again, is we don't put solar farms on 3B land. We put them on warehouses, on inferior land, but not on good agricultural land in Lincolnshire and Norfolk.
I agree. And I just make the point then that if we're really going to lead the world in net zero agriculture, it's all about metrics, it's about data, it's about knowing when you pick up a pint of milk or a potato or a loaf of bread, what its actual environmental footprint is. With that, we can start to give the sector incentives and rewards for driving down the environmental footprint. Without it, we're condemned to follow environmental policies that are emotional, that are not connected to proper science and research. And if we get that right, the UK could be a leader in setting those environmental metrics. That brings me to water quality. I commend the fact that UK agriculture has achieved a 75% reduction in pollution, something very right. And in our part of the world, the nutrient neutrality model has been a really serious blow to farmers who are really taking very seriously water quality, reducing pig effluent, trying to make sure that they're getting the balance right. But clunky, bureaucratic, big schemes in Whitehall that weren't thought through properly are causing chaos in our part of the world in terms of both agriculture and housing. That brings me to flooding, and I have to say I agree with the Honourable Member for Selby and Ainsley, and it's good to hear colleagues from all corners of this House getting the problem. Large parts of mid-Norfolk are currently underwater. That's not good for agricultural productivity. Farms are holding up amounts of water for which they receive no support, and I have to say the Environment Agency, you know, there's been a lot of talk recently of from the river to the sea. The basics of drainage, rivers are there to drain water off the land into the sea, and we could do with the Environment Agency putting dredging and the clearing of rivers at the top of the priority list to make sure that we actually get the water off the land properly. I'll happily give way.
He makes a really powerful point, and that's not just limited to Norfolk. I mean, as the Secretary of State himself will know, being a filed lad, that is something that's affecting my farmers. And the one thing that we are crying out for is water draining off land and letting farmers farm.
I couldn't agree more, and I know the Secretary of State with a constituency in North East Cambridgeshire knows as much and has lived as much the reality of getting water off the land as anybody. That brings me to labour shortages. We have had real problems in the last few years, post-Brexit, post-pandemic, and the minimum wage. Farmers really struggling, and when a horticultural grower of the calibre of Andy Allen has to plough back into the land his asparagus crop, prime English asparagus, because he can't find anyone to cut it, we are in real trouble. And I do worry that our agricultural colleges, some are fantastic. I think, have a place at Harper Adams, Mr Deputy Speaker, if this career doesn't work out. But Eastern College in mid-Norfolk is not properly anticipating the future needs of a high-technology agricultural industry, and we need to make sure we're nurturing the skills of tomorrow. Our young farmers get it, but we need to make sure we're giving them the courses. I echo the comments that a number have made about the difference between landowners and farmers. They're not the same thing, and I just observe that many of the farmers I see are contract farmers. They're working 24/7, they're covering huge amounts of land, they're operating with higher and higher costs. The environmental payments tend to go to the landowners. We need to make sure that we are actually looking after the farmers, the people who are actually developing those skills and inspiring the next generation to come into this great industry. If we end up with an industry where it's the hedge funders owning all the land and there is no one actually able to farm it, we will have done ourselves no favours. And I do think quite a lot of those pressures explain why we've got such a problem with mental health in agriculture. When one farmer a week is taking their life, we need to really think about why and what it is that's driving that. I applaud the work the government's doing on production standards, and I do think that we have a great opportunity in these free trade deals to set the higher standards and to show that the UK is committed to showing the world how we produce more with less. And when it comes to free trade and tariffs, I would offer a zero tariff only to those who are using the world's very best technologies for zero-emission agriculture, and to create a market for the exporting of our net zero technologies. Sustainable intensification, delivering more with less, isn't just a strapline. The world desperately needs us to help them deliver it, and we have in our economy and in our sector here huge strength in the Norwich Research Park, in John Ennis, in the Sainsbury Laboratory, in Aberystwyth, in Roslyn, in Wellesbourne. We are a global powerhouse in science research. In fact, we spend about £500 million a year on it, but it doesn't feel like an agricultural sector that's underpinned yet by £250 million of research. And I know the Secretary of State is thinking hard about how we get that science and research better pulled through. Which brings me to Agri-tech, a huge global sector. I was proud to set up our first agri-tech industrial strategy and the Catalyst Fund and the centres with my noble friend Lord Willits. And we have some amazing agri-tech companies here. But the key now is to adopt the technologies that they're producing. And I pay tribute to companies like Tropic Bioscience, the work going on at Rothamsted. But when a company like the Small Robot Company develops brilliant technology but can't find a market here to use it, I think that tells us as policymakers we've got to create a market in which those technologies are commercially viable and adoptable. And otherwise we'll end up incubating the rest of the world's agri-tech sectors and not actually deploying it here. And I just close on gene editing, a huge strength here in the UK, Mr Deputy Speaker, not just in disease resistance and drought resistant crops, shifting from chemical to biological control systems, but in nutraceuticals, in functional foods, in novel foods. We could lead the world in a whole new sector of agriculture, and that regulatory leadership is key. I close by just making this point, that the opportunity that people voted for 8 years ago is still there. It's being born slowly. There have been many disruptions, but it is an exciting one if we get this right. We could trigger and be the crucible of a new agricultural revolution in which we show the world how you deliver high-quality, safe, highly productive, low-input agriculture based on innovation, with science, data, metrics, and the UK exporting that around the world. The alternative is that we create a jungle of well-intended green tape that gets in the way of a fundamentally commercial sector leading us into that new dawn. And I know that the ministers on the front bench understand this. My job is to speak for the people of Mid-Norfolk and to make sure that we in this House show we get it and we're there for a new generation who want to do the right thing for this country and for the globe.
Ceredigion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the member for Mid-Norfolk. I would recommend that he takes his place at Harper Adams. I know as a previous student there how good it is. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to represent a beautiful rural constituency in Somerset. It has a strong tradition of family-run farms. Indeed, Thomas Hardy called the Blackmore Vale, part of which is in my constituency, the Vale of the Little Dairies. It's managed by successive generations of families, many such as my own family farm. Now, farmers are the lifeblood of rural communities. They are the custodians of our beautiful countryside. They care about the environment and work hard day in, day out to produce food for our tables. Yet there is a litany of ways this government has ignored and neglected farmers for far too long. The Prime Minister recently said he has got the back of farmers. But the farmers I speak to tell me that this government has turned its back on them. The potential Brexit benefit, the promised public money for public goods, Elms has been horribly botched and delayed, leaving many farmers on the brink. Some don't know if they will be able to survive the next 12 months. If they are forced to leave the industry, they will join the 110,000 farms that have been lost to the industry since 1990. Now, as my honourable friend, the Right Honourable Member for Westmoreland and Lonsdale mentioned, only 1 in 8 farmers are signed up to the Sustainable Farming Incentive because there is no incentive to switch. There is a little flexibility, meaning many are stuck on lower payment rates. Now, I'm not alone in my concern that the SFI may discourage food and production over environmental schemes. A farmer in my constituency suggested to me that they will need to farm nearly double the area they normally farm to achieve the same output alongside meeting their targets under SFI. Farmers are worried that their central task of producing food is no longer this government's central concern. Farmers want to put food on our tables, and if they can't, we will be less food secure and will need to import more food. Now, I welcome measures to improve our environmental standards, but dicentivising food production will just shift environmental problems. Now, I agree with the Honourable Member for North Herefordshire. Our farmers certainly are not revolting, but they are revolting against this woeful Conservative government. When we Liberal Democrats say we get it, we mean it. 3 rural by-election results in as many years prove it's the Liberal Democrats that farmers trust to back British farming. Farmers have told us that they need 3 things: proper funding, workforce planning and renegotiation of the recent trade deals. Only the Liberal Democrats have a real plan to support farmers and rural communities, and that starts with a £1 billion boost to the farming budget so farms can thrive. We need to see small and medium-sized farms given the support that they need to boost domestic food production and conserve our environment. Things they want to do, but often don't have the time, nor the manpower, nor budget to do it. The recent announcement of £220 million of funding seems fairly similar to the £227 million the government has underspent in the past 2 years' farming budget, and it won't go anywhere near addressing the crisis that farmers are facing. Farms desperately need workers, yet the seasonal worker visa scheme allows farms to recruit just 45,000 workers from abroad, when according to the NFU, farmers say that they need nearly double that, around 70,000 workers. We cannot leave our farmers and their crops to languish when we can act to solve the situation. And lastly, we must urgently renegotiate the free trade agreements that this government has used to shackle our farmers, disproportionately punishing them for holding some of the very highest standards in the world. The free trade agreements threaten to undercut and undermine our farmers even further, with cheap food hitting the supermarket shelves, produced to lower welfare standards. The Farming Community Network ran a survey of over 500 farmers at last year's Lammas Show, asking what they are most proud of in their work. And they answered high standards of animal welfare, sustainability, and the strong sense of community in farming. Yet these trade deals threaten this. Now, I once again call for them to be renegotiated with proper parliamentary scrutiny of each one. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I spend much of my time out on farms, and during recess week, I visited farms around Wincanton and Castle Carey in my constituency. Now, honourable members may know that our recent recess week was Mind Your Head Week, run by the Farm Safety Foundation, which raises awareness of mental health among farmers. We have heard that the government announced a £500,000 boost for charities working on farmers' mental health. Now, I've written to the department to request more details of this funding, which was absent from the recent announcement, and while I look forward to a written response, I wonder if the Minister might share those details with the House this evening. And I'm very pleased to hear that he was at a round-table event this afternoon to discuss just that. I've spoken with charities in this field, such as the Farm Safety Foundation, the Farming Community Network, and the Royal Agricultural Benevolent Institution, and they agree that this funding is welcome. The Farm Safety Foundation told me that they might reach 2,500 agricultural students a year if this new funding is given and maintained. But they also need comprehensive action from DEFRA, and they need to be invited to play a role in shaping the policy. We need to fund farmers properly and fund support services so farmers and people who interact with them are equipped with the knowledge they need to intervene early. We need clear, simple and targeted communications from DEFRA that recognises the pressures of farmers' time. Now, I want to see a style guide for DEFRA similar to the one used by the NHS to ensure all users can clearly understand the information. It is unacceptable that DEFRA has been asking charities to simplify and rewrite their communications for them. Finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we need a long-term plan for British farming that safeguards our farmers, safeguards our food production and safeguards our environment. The financial and administrative pressures and bureaucracy that farmers face needs to be eased, allowing them to focus on their core business of farming. But instead, this government continues to undermine farmers who are at risk of losing their livelihoods. Our farmers and rural communities have been let down and taken for granted by the Conservatives for just too long. Food security, environmental sustainability and rural economic prosperity are goals that farmers and government should share, but the government simply doesn't care, or it just doesn't get it.
Steve Duff.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady from Somerton and Frome. Mr Deputy Speaker, it was 40 years ago, actually precisely at about this moment, that I asked a gorgeous farmer's daughter from the Isles of Scilly if she would go out on a date with me. And she said yes, and a couple of years later we were married, and therefore for 40 years this very night I have been connected to the farming community, and it's been an incredible time, and I'm incredibly grateful to her for sticking with me through all that time. But I have members of my family or wider family that are still farming on the Isles of Scilly, many that work in agriculture in Cornwall, and we even have some members of the family that farm in that strange place called Devon. Over that time, it's given me a real insight into farming and the life of farmers and the challenges that they face. And in Cornwall, we are blessed to have some of the very best farms and farmers that this country has to offer. There's always a risk when you start naming them that you upset those that you don't name, but I've had the privilege of spending time on farms, on dairy farms, with Andrew Brewer in Fradden, and with Martin and Bridget Well in their farm in Gallant, getting up at 5 in the morning and experiencing what it's like milking cows with them. With James Kitto, the grazier at Kilhallen Farm just outside St Blasey, who not only rears his own cattle but sees it through from butchering them himself and then selling them into many hotels and restaurants in mid-Cornwall as well, to St Hugh Eggs, who produce some of the finest eggs in this country, and to Will and Kate Martin at True Ewe Farm, who specialise in producing free-range turkeys for Christmas, and very good they are too. And if I could say, Mr Deputy Speaker, tomorrow we are hosting the Taste of Cornwall Day here in Parliament to celebrate St Piran's Day, and everyone is welcome. Not everyone I've mentioned there, but some of them will be giving their produce to sample there, and I encourage everyone to come to the Jubilee Room tomorrow afternoon. One of the things that has troubled me for many years now is that we seem to have set up this dichotomy between farmers and an environment, as though somehow they're at odds with each other. But in my experience, actually, our farmers understand the need to protect our environment more than anyone else, because actually, more than anyone else, their livelihoods depends on it. And they want to protect the environment, to enhance the natural environment, not only so that they can continue to be productive themselves, but many of them that are farming family farms want to pass on a viable business to their children and grandchildren. And if in the meantime they destroy the environment, they're not going to have a productive farm to pass on. So one of the things I want to start off by saying is I think we need to really kill this idea that somehow farmers are the enemy of protecting our environment. They really aren't, and we need to work with them because they understand the need to protect the environment better than any of us. Most of the farmers, in fact all the farmers I've spoken to, have generally welcomed schemes that the government have introduced to replace the Common Agricultural Policy, like the Sustainable Farming Incentive and the environmental goals that it seeks to introduce. But I do feel we must not lose sight of the fact that in whatever farming schemes we introduce, the main focus has to be food production. And sometimes I think we have got that balance wrong, and I know that many of the farmers I speak to feel that that there are times when the balance feels like it's been shifted away from being focused on food production and too much on to the environment. And I think some of that is actually producing unintended consequences. I think it's often a problem with much government policy that you do things for all the right reasons, but you actually produce unintended consequences as a result. And I think we are seeing some of that, particularly in Cornwall, where we're seeing some landowners take back land from tenants because actually they make more money from taking the land out of production and growing non-food items on it than continuing to rent their farm to tenants. And therefore I would just say to the Minister on the front bench, I know the government has said that they really are looking carefully and listening carefully to the policy to make sure we've got it right. And I do think there is a case there that we need to look very carefully to make sure that we are not producing outcomes that we don't intend with the way that our policy is working at this time. I believe we must never forget that every farm is actually a business. And it's a lifestyle, you may even say it's a calling, but at its heart it's a business that simply wants to produce food at a price where they can make money. Most farmers I know don't actually want to be incredibly wealthy, they just want to make enough money to run their farm well and for them to live on. And I think that we need to be honest with the British public at times and say that in all of the support we give to farmers, we aren't actually subsidising farmers. What we're doing is subsidising food. Exactly. We're subsidising households. You may even say on occasions we're actually subsidising supermarkets. And most farmers I speak to would rather just be able to sell their produce at a price that gives them a profit than to be caught up in a complex world of subsidies and grants and continual applications. And I think that, you know, as well as I don't see a day anytime soon where we're going to be able to get away from that. But I would love to see the day where we can actually move away from the continual subsidies and actually live in a world where farmers are able to simply make an honest profit and sell their produce at a price that reflects the cost that it actually incurs to produce it. I think one other thing I just want to touch on that I know has been touched on by some others, that one of the biggest fears my beef and dairy farmers have at the moment is bovine TB. We've done very well in Cornwall, as in other parts of the southwest, in driving down the cases through a combination of measures that the government have introduced, but at the heart of that has been the badger cull. And they are worried that we move away from that without having something in its place that's going to be as effective at continuing to drive down those numbers. And I know one of the great fears that many farmers I speak to have is the prospect of one day there being a Labour government who will abandon the badger cull without having something effective, and the examples we've heard about of what is happening in Wales reinforce that fear. So I would ask the Minister to reassure farmers that this government will continue with an effective policy of controlling TB and won't simply just abandon the badger cull for some ideological reasons until we are absolutely confident we have other measures, whether that be vaccines or other measures, to make sure that we effectively keep on top of this terrible disease. Because I think, having been on farms where they have had TB, it really brings home to you, this isn't just an economic tragedy for farms that have to see their herds destroyed. It's a huge emotional toll to them as well. And that creates that world of uncertainty that many of them really are struggling with at the moment. And farmers have asked me, particularly in this regard, to raise the question about high-frequency bovine electronic IDs. I know there was a consultation on this, and my understanding is we haven't yet had a response from the government in that regard, and it's something that farmers really do want to encourage the government to bring forward. Rather than the low-frequency electronic IDs, the high-frequency ones would make their life so much easier, save them time, and indeed save them money. So if we could have a response on that as soon as possible, that would be very much welcome. I very much welcome the fact the government is actively taking a stance on encouraging people to buy more locally. And this is something I think that, again, Cornwall has done very well on, particularly, I think, during the pandemic. People became so much more aware of supply chains and where their food came from, and we've seen some great farm shops open up across Cornwall. And I think it's so important that people have that connection, particularly in rural areas, but I think a lot of urban areas would do well as well, to understand where their food comes from, and the more local it is, the better. And another thing, again, has been mentioned that I very much wholeheartedly support, is better labelling of food, so people can really understand where their food has come from. But another thing I would suggest is maybe what we should do is label our food with the environmental impact or the food miles that food has. Yeah. Because I hear some really strange arguments made that actually somehow eating an avocado from Madagascar is somehow better than eating a steak from the farm down the road, which to my mind is complete nonsense. And if we actually labelled food that made people realise how far this food has travelled and what the environmental impact, the real environmental impact of that food is before it arrives on your plate, just maybe people would make informed choices and choose to buy local and consume locally sourced food. I want to put in a final word before I wind up for the horticultural business. My right honourable friend, the member from Camborne and Redruth, made this point that in Cornwall it isn't just about livestock. We also have a very important sector in the horticultural sector, and this is something we need to continue to support. I was delighted when the government eventually agreed to include horticulture and indeed flower pickers in the seasonal agricultural worker scheme, and it's so important that we continue to do this and make sure that they have the manpower they need to bring their crops in as they become ready. And as other colleagues have touched on, there is a great future in this sector within the UK. The Eden Project has recently opened some big greenhouses that are heated from the temperature, from the heat from their geothermal plant on the site. And they are now looking to grow virtually all of the vegetables and salad produce for their restaurants at the Eden Project. Yeah. And I think there's a great opportunity for more of this type of thing across the UK, so that we become more self-sufficient on homegrown food, and we don't need to import quite so much. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted we've been able to have this debate today, delighted to share a few thoughts. I believe passionately that this government and our party, the Conservative Party, is the party that is on the side of farmers. We get what farmers need. We may not have absolutely got everything right over the last few years, but I believe we've been trying to do the right thing, and I'm confident that we will continue to back them, continue to provide them with the policy and the support that they need to make sure that they can go on being productive and feeding our country.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is indeed a pleasure to speak in this debate, and I do wish to declare an interest as a farmer, a landowner in Strangford. I also want to declare an interest as the member of the Ulster Farmers Union, because it's the sister of the National Farmers Union. I do all these things because it's important to have these recorded. And I put up an advertisement if I can, Mr Deputy Speaker, for I also chair the APPG and eggs, pigs and poultry. No better APPG to chair than that one. And on Wednesday, the 20th of March at 8:30 in the morning, I invite all members here to come along to one of their events. Well, you hear more about eggs, you hear more about pigs, and you'll hear more about poultry, and you'll be able to do all the things you've all said you're going to do here. All the honourable members have said they would do here in the chamber, and make sure that we can deliver for our farmers. Really a pleasure to see the Minister in this place, and look very much forward to his contribution, and the Honourable Lady as well in their introduction did a fine job for telling us where we are and what we've got to do. We have owned our farm since 1979, where we are, and it's unfortunately, my father took ill shortly after we bought the farm, so we never really ever farmed it. But our neighbour farms it, and he's a dairyman, and he's in beef, and he's in sheep, and he's in arable, and he looks after it and maintains it well. My job on a Saturday afternoon is quite simple. I maintain all the gates, all the fences, all the roads, all the guttering, and all the roofs. It's good to be a handyman. The reason why I'm handy is because I live there. That's the reason, you know. But it's always good to be able to have that sort of a difference of activity in a Saturday afternoon. So it's a very, very great importance to be here. Farming should be of great importance for every person, because without the farmer, you and I and everybody go hungry. And whilst I do not farm the land, my neighbour takes it. Indeed, the agri-food industry as a whole are under threat, and the need for this House to use the opportunities afforded to us by Brexit. I know some people are very keen to whip Brexit into everybody here in the chamber. I'm not one of those, even though we may not have the same Brexit in Northern Ireland as we have in the rest of the United Kingdom. But you know, there are opportunities, and we want to take advantage of those opportunities. I want to speak very quickly, Mr Deputy Speaker, in relation to some the agri-food sector in my constituency of Strangford. Really, really important. Lakeland Dairies, they are one of the biggest employers. They employ some 270 odd people. Lots of farmers feed literally into the Lakeland Dairies with their milk, and Mid-Down, which is part of where I represent them, with the constituency changes that will happen in the next election. Even more of Mid-Down will come into Strangford as well. Mash Direct in the arable food sector and the vegetable food sector, Willowbrook Foods as well. Those three amongst them employ some almost 1,500 people. You have the farmers into that, you have the dairymen that come into that, and very quickly you'll understand why it's important. We also have a very active and very productive lamb sector as well, again in the Mid-Down and the North Down, and also in the Strangford constituency. A very large pig unit down 1,000 sows down at Portaferry. Again, it's probably the only one that's really left, but it does give I hope a flavour and an aspect of Strangford and what it does. And I make a point as well, just for the record, because it's important, because it's factually correct. The Comber potato, which was recognised by the EU, excuse me, it's one that I pushed it with the EU some time ago. So whenever you get an early Comber potato, or as they call it, Comber early, there's really no potato in the world like a Comber early. I know the member for Herefordshire, Herefordshire referred to what his constituency does. I'm going to do the very same for mine, because I tell you what, I look really good in the Chronicle next week. That's my local paper, and it's important to do that, because all my life, Mr Deputy Speaker, I remember all those good things that the farming community did in Strangford. The rise in energy costs has put many a farmer or producer in almost dire straits. It's past time that the drop in oil and gas were passed to the consumer and those who need it the most. So I wish to focus on one issue in particular, Minister, and it's one that I will seek the help and assistance of the Minister as well in my request. And it's recently been expressed by the Ulster Farmers Union, is that of the issue with ammonia. Proposals that could delay progression and reduce farm income further. I'm not sure if anybody else has spoken on it. I'm going to speak on it right now at this very, very second if I can. Research conducted by the KPMG on dairies' proposed ammonia restrictions set out in the call for evidence issued during autumn in Northern Ireland shows that the impact of unsuccessful planning applications for on-farm developments could hamper efforts to reduce emissions and could reduce farm family income between. This is quite a large factor, between 7% and as much as 38%. That's the impact of the ammonia issue in Northern Ireland. So I know it's not the Minister's responsibility directly, because we've got a working assembly again with a Minister in place, but I think it would be very helpful, Mr Deputy Speaker. I always seek the help of Ministers to help us so we can help them, and together I believe it's an issue that we really need to focus on. It has the potential to affect agriculture's primary economic output, which could fall by as much as 35 million. The fact is, in Northern Ireland, we export from Northern Ireland almost 80% of the produce that we produce. So it's really important for us from an export point of view, and that comes to the UK mainland, goes down south as well in the Republic of Ireland, across Europe, and indeed Lakeland Dairies, their milk powder products go across the whole of the world, and they're one of the biggest export companies in the whole. And in this chamber, all the time I've had an opportunity to promote Lakeland Dairies and to ensure that the ministers are aware of them. I've had various meetings with ministers here over the year as well. The Ulster Farmers Union President, to go back to the issue of ammonia, David Brown said, "We have now submitted KPMG's findings to DERA, and the report clearly shows that ammonia restrictions in planning could delay progression in reducing emissions and have severe consequences for the future of farming in Northern Ireland. Ammonia is a very complex issue, and our farmers are very aware of this. But these proposals have the potential to do the opposite of what is intended." So there are good intentions, but the good intentions could be detrimental. So I would very much value the Minister's input alongside the DERA Minister in Northern Ireland to see how we can better work together. A worrying aspect of this is that the report was commissioned before DERA and the Northern Ireland Environmental Authority announced their move in December to go beyond what was set out in the call for evidence paper. Sometimes it's good to get all the facts in the paper before you make decisions. So I think in this one, I think DERA and the Northern Ireland Environmental Agency have just jumped the gun just that wee bit too quick. Therefore, it does not take account of the more extreme position that has been adopted in recent weeks. The report shows that these harsher ammonia rules will mean that fewer planning applications will be successful, preventing hundreds of farmers in Northern Ireland from being able to develop and modernise sustainably so that they can reduce emissions further. The farmers want to do that. The Honourable Member for for St Austell and Newquay very clearly outlined the importance of the farmers and what they want to do, but they want to commit themselves to the environmental issues as well. He's absolutely right. But there has to be some realism in how that's done. It can't be at the behest of all the farmers. It can't be to the detriment of us in Northern Ireland. Many farmers have been actively embracing practical mitigation measures such as low emission slurry spreading equipment, feed formulations, fertiliser types, all these things that they do as a farmer does today it's so much bureaucracy, so much paperwork, but these are the things they do. However, we are very concerned that necessary investments in improved agri-housing and manure management facilities are likely to be significantly curtailed. So it's a really big issue for us in Northern Ireland, and it's a big issue for the Ulster Farmers Union. It's a big issue for moving forward as well. Unsuccessful planning applications could lead to a fall in farm infrastructure investment between 20 and 25%. Again, I think we could lose almost 25% of our potential investment in farming. It's hard, it's impossible, Mr Deputy Speaker, to try and comprehend that, with consequences for the wider economy. Agriculture construction is worth around £60 to £70 million level of spend in 2022, even more today. That's a fact. Without investment in farm infrastructure, farmers could struggle to introduce ammonia mitigation measures such as improved scrapers, slat mats in livestock sheds and covers for the slurry pits. Critical improvements that are needed to reduce ammonia emissions from agricultural delaying progression towards targets. So farmers want to help meet the targets, but they need to have some realism in how that's done, and that's really, really important to get it right. They are also vital to improve animal health and welfare, supporting the production of high quality food for a growing population, and we do that better in Northern Ireland. When a farm family's planning application is rejected, not only will this derail their morale to reduce ammonia emissions, but the cost will be significant for the business. For dairy farmers, my neighbours as examples, farm income could drop by 21% for the dairy farmers, 30% for the beef farmers and 38% for the pig farmers. Massive reduction if it's not addressed. So we seek the Minister's assistance along with the Minister in Northern Ireland to realistically look and see how we can address some of those issues. As a result, the farm would become inefficient and it would be impossible for the business to remain competitive, thereby impacting Northern Ireland's ability to produce food locally. Now, every right honourable members referred to the farmer producing more food. If we produced all the food we could in the United Kingdom, we wouldn't have to import. That wouldn't be entirely realistic, of course, but the fact is we can do more and we can do better. And it seems to me not to be honest to talk about reduction whenever we want to build them. Our agri-food businesses, our rural economy, our communities and consumers will be severely affected by this too. As the Ulster Farmer Union has stated, farmers want to reduce their emissions, but KPMG's report clearly shows these proposals have more potential to stop positive on-farm developments that have benefits for the environment rather than endorsing them. The very point that the member for St and UK made in his comments as well. There certainly is a balanced way forward that allows farmers to develop and deliver ammonia reductions, ensuring farm families can maintain a viable business as food producers. I'd be anxious to understand if cooperation across this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland could be achieved, and would ask the Minister would make contact with the devolved assemblies in Scotland and Wales, but especially with us. That's my plea is for us in Northern Ireland to ensure that our targets do not eliminate our food producing farms, and this is where we seem to be heading. I conclude with this, Mr Deputy Speaker, as time is moving fast. Time is beaten, but it's needless to say there is work to be done for seasonal worker schemes as well. Everybody's referred to it. I think the Honourable Lady who spoke on this side of the chamber referred to the figure of 70,000 it was seasonal workers. I know we in Northern Ireland would need some help with those as well, although we have over the years been quite instrumental, along with government assistance and with the ministerial assistance with the Home Office as well, to bring a number of the Ukrainians here, those from Estonia, from Latvia, from Poland. We've lots of people who have integrated into society in my constituency of Strangford, and some of the workforces at Mash Direct and Mullabrook Foods as two examples I mentioned at the very beginning. Some 40% of their workforce is made up of people from Europe. So it's really important that we do have schemes in place to work. And along with other employment practices, the message from this House must be that we understand the pressures and will work to alleviate and to use upon the plough will grow straighter, and knowing that we will also reap the benefits of the seeds that we sow now in this debate tonight. But for the farming community across all of this United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, there's so much we can do better together. I said that to the Honourable Lady in my introduction. It's the truth. I believe that in my heart. I'm very proud to be British, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's one of the things that I love to be, and I'm British because by choice, by birth, by nature. You know why? It's the best thing for us. Thanks very much.
Opposition front bench, Daniel Zeitler.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank colleagues for a very full debate and an excellent and thoughtful debate. And I was delighted to hear some of the contributions from my new Young Labour Rural Voices friends, my honourable friend from mid-Bedfordshire, who spoke very well, I thought, about some of the limitations of SFI and raised the issue of rural crime. My honourable friend from Selby and Ainsty, who talked very knowledgeably about the flooding issues. And although I don't think he's in his place, the eternally useful but not so new honourable friend from Leeds North West, who also touched on SFI issues. And, he's just in time, and on green skills and biodiversity. And of course, we also heard very thoughtful contributions from two former Secretaries of State, which I listened to very, very closely, and an excellent introduction from the member for North Herefordshire. And I have to say, I thought there was a theme running through some of the contributions from the government benches, which is that not all is entirely well with policy from the government at the moment, including some, I thought, sensible observations on how long we've been waiting for the response to the Shropshire Review, for instance, and of course the demise of the horticultural strategy. And I think there were a range of other criticisms there, which I hope the government benches will take on board. Now, and I also enjoyed, I have to say, very much the contribution, the characteristically optimistic contribution from my honourable friend from mid-Norfolk, and I was not that far from his constituency last week in Norfolk at the invitation of Labour's excellent Keir Cousins from Great Yarmouth to meet a group of farmers who, like many others, I suspect, have been following this debate today with interest, because their issues and concerns are typical of many across the country. They want to farm in environmentally sensitive, nature-friendly ways, but they run businesses and they need to make a return, a point I think well made by my honourable friend, the member for Selby and Ainsty. And to do that, that requires the right regulatory frameworks and appropriate support and help where necessary. And frankly, that isn't what they're getting at the moment. They look at SFI and warn quite rightly that the money on offer for growing flowers is so tempting that many will take it, whole farms, which makes no sense. Certainly not for food production, not for the environment either, nor for the exchequer. Flower as well as flowers, that's what needs to be sorted out, Minister, and quickly. As does the fundamental flaw in the government's approach to the agricultural transition. that the government is spending large amounts of our money without knowing what they're getting for it. They can't say they weren't warned, but they pushed ahead regardless. So halfway through the transition, the government doesn't actually know whether their measures have improved the environment or not. They don't know whether there's any progress on reducing emissions. And on top of that, as the Farmer's Guardian headline recently put it, farm output is in free fall. And those Norfolk farmers are frustrated by a whole range of government agencies, and we've heard reference to some of the problems from speeches from the government benches, whether it be muddle over responses to flooding or endless frustration with local planning. The issues that we've identified on this side of the House and are central to our plans to keep Britain farming, because we know that farming is a hard business and times are difficult. The weather more challenging than ever, sheets of water sitting on so many fields across the country, and too many farmers have had to endure the distress of witnessing the destruction of crops or livestock due to those floods, or indeed, in some cases, to the persistent shortage of workforce and labour. And while we're all relieved that the threat from avian flu has receded to some extent this year, I think we all know that had we had blue tongue, and blue tongue will continue to be a problem, or African swine fever at the same time, the already very stretched systems the government had in place would almost certainly have buckled. And we still have, and members have talked about it, a supply chain contract system that we all know doesn't work for too many farmers. The stakeholders tell me it's actually getting worse. I was at Hexham at the Northern Farmers Conference last year, and this was a point strongly made and recently reinforced to me by Labour's Joe Morris. Too many buyers taking too long to consider cost price increase requests, taking too long to pay invoices, failing to honour their original order, rejecting perfectly good produce because it doesn't quite fit some aesthetic criteria. And that leads to appalling waste. One producer told me he'd had to throw away 50% of the lettuce he grows. That's terrible for the environment, an insult to farmers, and deeply problematic when working people all over the country are struggling to get a meal on the table. Over a quarter of all the food grown in the UK is never eaten, and this wasted harvest accounts for between 6 and 7% of total UK greenhouse gas emissions. And that waste has been made worse by severe and persistent labour shortages, which frankly the government has been too slow to address. It's therefore no great surprise the UK farmers are producing less and less of our food. And as my honourable friend earlier said, over 6,000 agricultural businesses have closed down since 2017. And at the same time, the government's let farmers down, and we've heard this repeatedly on trade deals, opening the door to food produced to lower standards. It's hardly surprising, given all this, that there's a severe toll being taken on farmers' mental health. So a Labour government will resolutely back British farmers, reducing our reliance on insecure imports, supporting high-quality local produce for consumers, and ending that shameful new reality which we've come to almost accept, that there will be gaps on supermarket shelves. Because for Labour, food security is national security. And that starts with our new deal for farmers. That's why we will seek a veterinary agreement with the European Union that will get British food exports moving again and ensure standards are safeguarded. We'll buy, make and sell more homegrown, sustainable, nutritious food, supporting farmers across the country through public procurement, using the government's own purchasing power to ensure that at least half of all our food in our hospitals and prisons is locally produced or certified to higher environmental production standards. And will deliver price stability for farmers by establishing GB Energy, a new publicly owned energy company that will direct public and private investment to harness clean, homegrown wind, wave, solar and nuclear power. Energy independence with 100% clean energy by 2030, which means cheaper energy for farmers and less volatility, which is so vital in a long-term business. And while the government seems to have taken forever to respond to Baroness Rock's report on the tenanted sector, we will inject new urgency, as we will to finding new ways to help new entrants into farming, because these young people are the very future of the sector. And will support the research and innovation that can help make the productivity gains that, frankly, for too long have been too elusive in many parts of the industry. And we're committed to making the environmental land management scheme work. Frankly, the current government simply doesn't have a strategic approach to ELMS on the crucial challenge of balancing the need to produce nutritious food, protect nature, mitigate climate change and uphold animal welfare standards. They're failing on all these important fronts. Failure to deliver on its environmental targets means the government's promise to protect at least 30% of our land, waters and ocean by 2030 is in serious doubt. And the Climate Change Committee's latest report makes very grim reading for the government, because emissions from agriculture are going in completely the wrong direction. Emissions actually rose last year. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, the government has failed in its task of establishing a post-Brexit vision and framework for farming in this country, and it will fall to Labour to pick up that mantle, to create the land use framework needed to meet the multiple demands made on our land in a more strategic way, to deliver stability that optimises the achievement of our social, economic and environmental objectives, and to enshrine food security as a key public good, backing British farmers whilst restoring nature and protecting the environment for future generations. That's the future for British farming, and it's a future with Labour.
Minister Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I thank all right honourable and honourable members who have contributed in the debate this evening. And I would particularly like to thank my friend, the honourable member for Brecon and Radnorshire, for opening this debate. And why? Because this government strongly believes in the importance of our union and the very industries which sustain it, which includes our mighty food and farming industries. Now, as someone who has been involved in the agricultural sector all my life, since literally aged 2 or 3, being placed in a pram, positioned carefully in the milking parlour, down in the pit watching Dad milk our Holstein and Friesian herd, to driving the combine during many harvests on our family farm, to even lambing yows in Yorkshire just yesterday, I know how important our agricultural sector is. And not only that, just how important it is to the people who work within it. And on that note, can I say how much of an honour it was to host this morning in Parliament the next crop of Nuffield farming scholars as they set out on their journey to undertake valuable research to drive productivity, innovation and growth in a sector that we all love. And it was also brilliant to host a further group of farmers in Parliament this morning from God's own county itself, our future farmers of Yorkshire. Can I put on record tribute to Minette Batters for leading the NFU in her presidency role for many years, and I wish Tom Bradshaw, a fellow Nuffield farming scholar, for the best of luck in his role as he takes on the presidency. Now, we have heard many excellent speeches from colleagues right across the House. And what is clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, that farming is complex, with pressures being placed on the sector from all sides, including from the skies above, whilst having to feed a growing nation, address environmental considerations and balance public will, expectation and perception of the industry. That is why it is absolutely vital that from a government perspective, policy works and drives forward productivity, innovation and efficiency within the sector. As a government, we are committed to continue to produce at least 60% of the food we eat here in the UK, with ambitions to produce more food domestically. And we will continue action in areas where it matters to support farming businesses to grow and thrive. Farming contributes a staggering $127 billion to the economy, and we want to enhance and secure nature alongside food production, with a key focus on driving productivity within the sector, as food security must always be at the forefront of our minds. And as has been addressed through the contributions made within this debate, we recognise that it is vital to balance the priorities of protecting food security whilst restoring biodiversity and tackling climate change, whilst, of course, ensuring farming is profitable and productive for farming businesses to thrive, and, of course, ensuring that it continues to attract the very best and the brightest. Turning to some of the points that have been made in this debate. Our farming schemes are delivering for farm businesses of every type and size. Unlike the bureaucratic Common Agricultural Policy, which saw 50% of the budget go to the top 10% of landowners, and believe me, having worked previously as a farm business consultant before entering this place, there was no one policy which frustrated me the most than the current Common Agricultural Policy, which undoubtedly led to a lack of innovation and stagnation within farming businesses, and for tenants, a base level in rent which was unfairly inflated. And now we have been released from the shackles of the Common Agricultural Policy. We are in a period of transition, of which we are midway through. And in January this year, we published the Agricultural Transition Plan update, setting out our biggest upgrade to farming schemes since the UK has had the freedom to design our own policy. And as the Secretary of State has previously set out, we have increased payment rates for the Sustainable Farming Incentive and Countryside Stewardship's mid-tier by 10% on average, and announced a further 50 new actions that will be available from this summer, giving farmers more choice and more freedom and more money in their pockets. We know that the biggest changes to farming in a generation doesn't happen in a vacuum, and farmers have been dealing with soaring global prices in things like fuel and fertiliser. So, as a government, we have been working hard to get inflation down from 11% last year to 4% now. But our transition isn't just as we move away from the basic payment scheme to the rollout of environmental land management schemes. We have placing confidence in these schemes working, and that has been demonstrated partly by the uptake in farmers getting involved. Almost half of farmers that have got involved in this scheme are progressing, and we've received over 11,000 applications for SFI alone since last autumn, and there are 35,000 live countryside stewardship agreements in place across England in January 2024, a 112% increase since 2020. Now, upland farmers, as has been mentioned in this debate, are incredibly important, and our schemes and grants offer something for every type of farm. Hill and upland farmers have been mentioned in this debate, and I want to take the opportunity to highlight the offer for this sector. We have worked incredibly hard with our upland farmers to increase payment rates and develop new actions on moorland that offer greater flexibility, which includes new actions to support management of upland peat and non-peatland soils for flood and drought resilience. And we've also increased payment rates for species-rich grassland actions. For example, the payment rate for managing wet peat on moorland has increased to £181 a hectare, and we have reviewed payment rates between similar options on uplands and lowlands and agreed to pay the same rate to everyone. Now, we, of course, recognise that it is important that we are rolling out SFI, countryside stewardship schemes and landscape recovery schemes, but driving productivity, innovation and growth is equally important, which is why we have announced the largest ever grant offer for farmers for the following financial year, expected to total £427 million. This includes doubling funding for productivity, providing more support for farmers to invest in automation and robotics, and solar installations to build on-farm energy security. As has been welcomed by many contributions from today's debate, a new annual food security index to capture and present the data needed to monitor levels of self-sufficiency will be rolled out, and the Farm to Fork Summit will be held annually. And this builds on the great work that was held from our last summit held at Downing Street, that it brought together many key stakeholders from across the industry. We have announced £15 million to tackle food waste, which has been referenced by many contributions in today's debate, to enable farmers to redistribute surplus foods that cannot be used commercially at the farm gate. And new regulations will be laid in Parliament to ensure fair and transparent contracts for dairy farmers, and a review will be set to launch to improve the fairness in the poultry supply chain. And in an effort to drive more opportunity, we are expanding permitted development rights to help farming businesses diversify should they wish. And this builds on the announcements made at the Oxford Farming Conference in January, and we have something to offer every type of farmer in England to choose that works best for their businesses, from uplands to lowlands. And as has been referenced from my right honourable friend, the member for Camborne and Redruth, this is building on the great work that many Secretaries of State have done over past and present, making sure that this government is delivering not only for driving our environmental credentials, but making making sure that we are solely focused on driving productivity, innovation and growth within our food and farming businesses. Flooding has been mentioned by many members across this House, and as the Floods Minister, I recognise just how important increasing our flood resilience matters to our farming community. Flooding has been mentioned from members across the House, and farmers are already eligible for support through the Flood Recovery Framework, including a grant of up to £2,500 as part of the Business Recovery Grant. And as I announced from this dispatch box earlier in the year, we have gone beyond measures previously put in place by announcing that those farmers who have suffered uninsurable damage to their land will be able to apply for grants up to £25,000 through the Farming Recovery Fund towards repair and reinstatement costs. But what is also needed, Mr Deputy Speaker, is to go above and beyond in making sure that we have a proper maintenance programme that works for Environment Agency assets, and that will come out of the money that we are doing in terms of doubling from £2.6 billion to £5.2 billion to help with increasing our maintenance provision. But I know how much of a vital role our internal drainage boards play. They do an excellent job, not only in Lincolnshire, but across East Anglia and further afield. And as been mentioned, I want to reassure all members in this House that all options will be considered. Dredging will also be considered, and removing vegetation that has blocked up our Environment Agency assets for far too long. We need to make sure that not only are we using natural-based solutions upstream, we are focusing on our lowland farmers, making sure that that water can be moved off their land as quickly as possible. And having visited farmers in Lincolnshire, Nottinghamshire, Gloucestershire, East Yorkshire since taking up the role, I know how important this issue is to all of them. More trust is absolutely vital, and as has been mentioned, we need to make sure that farmers feel that this government is on side when we are dealing with mental health provisions, because working in a farming community is significantly difficult, particularly during the winter months, with many farmers working on their own and often in difficult weather conditions. It is no doubt that farming is not an easy job, with long hours in remote areas. Rural areas. In recent years, there has been a growing awareness of the importance of farming mental health and well-being. And we are currently providing support through our Farming Resilience Fund, which has benefited over 19,000 farmers to date. But we know that there is more work to do, which is why the Prime Minister announced at the NFU conference that we are making up to £500,000 available to deliver projects that specifically support mental health farming within our mental health provisions within our farming sector. And this also builds on the work that the Farming Minister is doing, not least attending a farm roundtable earlier today with key stakeholders across the charitable sector. And I want to use this opportunity from the dispatch box to pay a special thanks to all of those that are involved in making sure that our farming community benefits from the government support that we are rolling out. Now, many members mentioned trade. We have expanded our global network of agri-food attachés to 11 roles in our top export markets, with 5 more having been recruited and starting in post later this year. This includes attachés in Europe for the first time, with the rollout of strengthening our engagement in other countries to boost trade, resolve barriers that UK exports face, and provide market insight to help businesses capitalise on high demand for UK exports. We are also delivering the export package announced by the Prime Minister at the Farm to Fork Summit last May, including implementing the Dairy Export Programme, which will help businesses to grasp new opportunities around the world. And we have been clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, that agriculture is at the forefront of any trade deals we negotiate, and we reserve the right to pause negotiations with any country if progress is not being made as we want it to, as we did with Canada recently. With regards to food labelling, as the Right Honourable Member for North Herefordshire so eloquently made, as of other members, we plan to launch a consultation on improving food labelling to tackle unfairness created by unclear labelling and protect farmers and consumers. The increased transparency will help shoppers make informed choices while backing British farmers producing food to world-leading standards of taste, quality and animal welfare. It will include proposals to improve and extend current mandatory methods of production, labelling, including options for production standards behind them, and we will explore how we can better highlight imports that do not meet our high UK animal welfare standards. Bovine TB is something that I know worries and concerns many members, but also many in our farming community. Our bovine TB eradication strategy is working and brought about significant reductions in this disease. As progress is being made, we are now able to move on to the next phase of the long-term eradication strategy, which will include badger vaccination alongside improved cattle testing and work towards developing a cattle vaccine. DEFRA has increased funding for badger vaccination activities through a range of activities. But let me be absolutely clear, and I will absolutely stress to all members, we will continue to be informed by the science, and culling will remain part of our wider toolkit in tackling this disease for as long as it is necessary. Many members have also referenced small abattoirs, and I know, again, the Right Honourable Member for North Herefordshire, including the Honourable Member for Shetland and for Orkney and Shetland mentioned. Small abattoirs in England can apply for capital grants through the new £4 million fund designed to boost the sector. Small abattoirs are an important part of the rural economy, and they offer a high-value route to market for many native and rare breeds, amongst others. And through our small abattoir fund, grants of between £2,000 and £60,000 are available at 40% intervention rate. And they are selected to improve productivity, enhance animal health, add value to primary produce, but also encourage innovation within the sector. My honourable friend for South Dorset, and I know that my honourable friend, the member for West Dorset, can't speak in this debate, but I want to reassure both members that having been to Dorset just last Thursday and met with over 120 farmers, I think, of both of their constituents, I want to reassure both members that I am concerned about the tool that has been rolled out by the Environment Agency that is dealing with Poole Harbour, and I will give both members the reassurance that I provided their constituents just last Thursday that I will be wanting to review the tool that has been rolled out, and I also want to provide them with the reassurance that I will personally be working not only with them but also Baroness Rock, who was also at that meeting, and indeed their constituents, to make sure that the tool works for the desired outcomes that we all want to see. To the Honourable Member for Strangford, of course, having visited Northern Ireland, I know that cross-government department learning can always take place. And whilst the matter of policy has devolved, I want to ensure him that I will more than happy to engage. And just finally, on the 2 points, skills is incredibly important, and I want to reassure the Honourable Member for Mid-Norfolk that we will continue to make sure that skills is a top priority for the government, to make sure that we are driving innovation within the sector. And he will know that we have already provided funding to the Institute for Agriculture and Horticulture to help them create a continued professional development for the system for farmers, and the Institute is now live with many members signing up. And on the final point of the land use, I will give way.
I'm just conscious, actually, Mr. Deputy Speaker encouraged us to curtail our speeches earlier, and but I appreciate the Minister's being encouraged to wind up. I'm sure he'll write to us with the several questions that have been asked there. But could I particularly focus on one, thinking about skills? I mean, nearly over 7 million people registered through the EU settlement scheme. Not all of those have chosen to come back to work in the UK. But I wanted to understand if we had breached the number of visas that had been set aside. The reason I say that, a lot of effort went into making sure there were visas so that farmers would have enough labour to work in this sector. And I just wanted to get an understanding about whether the government had extended it with the extra 10,000 that had been negotiated in government, or whether we were fine with where we'd reached with coming up to 45,000.
Minister.
And I thank my right honourable friend for her intervention. And we haven't reached that yet, but I'm, of course, more than happy to keep that engagement going, and I'm more than happy to take this away and have a conversation with her. But just to reassure all members in the House that this is a key priority to make sure that we are helping our farming industry as much as possible through all measures, including the schemes that the honourable member refers to being rolled out. And finally on the point to do with the land use framework, which will be published in due course. But I want to reassure all members that the Secretary of State is quite rightly, alongside his ministerial team, wanting to give this full consideration to make sure that it works in relation to food security, food productivity and driving innovation within the sector. And that relates to making sure that we are cross-checking it relative to our energy security policies and all other policies to make sure that food production is absolutely the heart of this government's agenda. To conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, whilst Labour may say that they want Wales, that what they're doing in Wales to be a blueprint for rolling out across the rest of the country, I fear for the agriculture sector if that is the case. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a period of change and adjustment, and this government is in listening mode, and we are ready to act to support our hard-working farmers right across the United Kingdom. By prioritising a profitable and sustainable food and farming sector, we can keep the nation healthy and happy, support our rural economy and make sure that our mighty farming businesses continue to thrive long into the future under this Conservative government.
The question is that this House has considered farming. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Petition